And we are live.
Good evening and welcome to the November 15, 2023 special hybrid planning commission meeting. I'm Mike Murphy, the chair. Tonight's hybrid commission meeting is being brought to you courtesy of Zoom. Welcome to all and thank you for joining us tonight. Commissioners, please have your microphones turned on for the roll call. Deputy City Clerk Deb Estrada, could you please call the roll?
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Accused?
Here.
Commissioner Boatsman?
Here.
Commissioner Battazo?
Here.
Commissioner Gels?
Here.
Commissioner Rashiz?
Here.
Vice Chair Regab?
Here.
And Chair Murphy.
Here.
Thank you.
It appears that a quorum is present. For this meeting, we'll continue to use Zoom. I will do my best to recognize you in the order in which your hands are raised. After being recognized, you may then ask your question or speak. Tonight we have what's denominated as special business. The purpose of tonight's special business is for the Planning Commission to review and make a recommendation to be forwarded to the City Council on the proposed Amendment 18, the Land Use Map Amendment and Rezone of the Strom Jewish Community Center, the SJCC, or commonly referred to as the JCC property. As this is a quasi-judicial proceeding, we will be handling this docket proposal separate from the others, which will be reviewed and discussed later, hopefully this evening, or in another session if we cannot get through everything tonight. I will first go over the order of operations for the JCC matter. We'll begin with the assistant city attorney asking the commission members the appearance of fairness questions to ensure that this process is done in a fair and impartial manner. After each commissioner has responded to the questions, the public will have the opportunity to present challenges to any of the members. This is the time to bring forward information or inquiries related to whether each commissioner is in a position to make a fair and unbiased decision on this matter. If you would like to raise a challenge, please use the virtual raise hand option in the Zoom interface to indicate that you would like to speak. The assistant city clerk will call on each person bringing forward a challenge in turn while enabling their video and microphone. After the appearance of fairness process is concluded, we will open the topic to take public comment. Members of the public wishing to speak on whether the docket proposed amendment will have the opportunity to do so tonight. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, you will be asked to conclude your remarks and no extensions of time will be provided. This will allow everyone a chance to speak. A timer will be displayed on the screen and I will let you know when your 3 minutes are complete. Those wishing to comment but not using all their 3 minutes may not donate their time to another individual wishing to comment. Following the public comments, we will hear from the proponents of the proposal. Then city staff will present a report laying out the staff analysis and the review procedures for the proposal. Project proponents and staff will then have an opportunity to present any rebuttal if it is needed at the time. There will also be an opportunity for the members of the commission to ask questions of staff and proponents. Assistant City Attorney, will you please ask each member of the Planning Commission the appearance of fairness questions?
Good evening, Chair and Planning Commission. My name is Eileen Kiefer with Madrona Law Group. I am Mercer Island's Contract Assistant City Attorney, and I am here to ask you the appearance of fairness questions, and we will go one by one until all have answered. I will start with the Vice Chair. Are you ready, Vice Chair, to answer the appearance of fairness questions?
Yes, I am.
Excellent. Do you have any interest in the property or the application or own property within 300 feet of the property subject to the proposal?
No.
Does your employer have an interest, financial or otherwise, in the outcome of this proceeding?
No.
Is there any prospective employment for you or a member of your family as a result of the outcome of this proceeding?
No.
Do you have any familial, social, or business relationships or connections with any of the parties or non-parties who have an interest in the outcome of this proceeding?
No.
Do you stand to gain or lose any financial benefit as a result of the outcome of this proceeding?
No.
Have you engaged in any ex parte communications with either proponents or opponents of the proposal?
Yes, I've received approximately 150 emails addressed to the entire Planning Commission. Those emails I skimmed to identify if they were related to this topic or not. If I found that they were, then I pushed them off to the side, did not read further, and only read them when they were added to the record. So I believe they're all added to the record as attachments.
Thank you. And then the final question is, can you hear and consider the proposal tonight in a fair and objective manner?
Yes.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Next up, I'll ask the questions of Commissioner Accuse. Commissioner Accuse, are you ready?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you have any interest in the property or the application or own property within 300 feet of the property subject to the proposal?
No.
Does your employer have an interest, financial or otherwise, in the outcome of this proceeding?
No.
Is there any prospective employment for you or a member of your family as a result of the outcome of this proceeding?
No.
Do you have any familial, social, or business relationships or connections with any of the parties or non-parties who have an interest in the outcome of this proceeding?
No.
Do you stand to gain or lose any financial benefit as a result of the outcome of this proceeding?
No.
Have you engaged in any ex parte communications with either proponents or opponents of the proposal?
No. Although I would say same as Adam, I did receive emails in my inbox. If they had JCC in them anywhere, set them aside and waited to read them as part of the packet.
Thank you. And finally, can you hear and consider the proposal in a fair and objective manner?
Yes.
Thank you. Next, we'll move on to Commissioner Battazzo. Are you ready to answer the appearance of fairness questions?
Yes.
Do you have any interest in the property or the application or own property within 300 feet of the property subject to the proposal?
No.
Does your employer have an interest, financial or otherwise, in the outcome of this proceeding?
No.
Is there any prospective employment for you or a member of your family as a result of the outcome of this proceeding?
No.
Do you have any familial, social, or business relationships or connections with any of the parties or non-parties who have an interest in the outcome of this proceeding?
Yes, and I submitted in writing to the deputy city clerk the nature of those relationships.
City Clerk, can we confirm that that's been made part of the record?
I can confirm.
Thank you. Do you stand to gain or lose any financial benefit as a result of the outcome of this proceeding?
No.
Have you engaged in any ex parte communications with either proponents or opponents of the proposal?
Similar to other commissioners, I've received emails in my inbox, but I have not read any of them. So other than that, no.
And then finally, can you hear and consider the proposal in a fair and objective manner?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Boatsman, you're up next. Commissioner, are you ready to answer the questions?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you have any interest in the property or the application or own property within 300 feet of the property subject to the proposal?
No.
Does your employer have an interest, financial or otherwise, in the outcome of this proceeding?
I am not employed. And that would be a no.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any prospective employment for you or a member of your family as a result of the outcome of this proceeding?
No.
Do you have any familial, social, or business relationships or connections with any of the parties or non-parties who have an interest in the outcome of this proceeding?
No,
Have you engaged in any ex parte communications with either proponents or opponents of the proposal?
no,
And then finally, can you hear and consider the proposal tonight in a fair and objective manner?
yes,
Thank you. Commissioner Gels, are you ready to answer the appearance of fairness questions?
I am.
Thank you. Commissioner Gels, do you have any interest in the property or the application or own property within 300 feet of the property subject to the proposal?
No.
Does your employer have an interest, financial or otherwise, in the outcome of this proceeding?
No.
Is there any prospective employment for you or a member of your family as a result of the outcome of this proceeding?
No.
Do you have any familial, social, or business relationships or connections with any of the parties or non-parties who have an interest in the outcome of this proceeding?
No.
Do you stand to gain or lose any financial benefit as a result of the outcome of this proceeding?
No.
Have you engaged in any ex parte communications with either proponents or opponents of the proposal?
No. Just the aforementioned emails. No.
But you did not read them until they were in the record? I'm
Yes.
sorry, I didn't. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. And then finally, can you hear and consider the proposal in a fair and objective manner?
I can.
Thank you. Commissioner Rashiz, are you ready to answer the appearance of fairness questions?
Yes,
Do you have any interest in the property or the application or own property within 300 feet of the property subject to the proposal?
no,
Does your employer have an interest, financial or otherwise, in the outcome of this proceeding?
no,
Is there any prospective employment for you or a member of your family as a result of the outcome of this proceeding?
no,
Do you have any familial, social, or business relationships or connections with any of the parties or non-parties who have an interest in the outcome of this proceeding?
I do. I have social relationships with a number of the parties involved. I recognize that a number of the parties involved are customers of my business. And I have and have had a business relationship with the JCC. I've submitted that statement to the Deputy City Clerk.
Okay. And Deputy City Clerk, can we confirm that's also been entered into the record?
that's correct.
Thank you. Do you stand to gain or lose any financial benefit as a result of the outcome of this proceeding?
No,
Have you engaged in any ex parte communications with either proponents or opponents of the proposal?
no, with the exception of the emails that have been mentioned. And I started looking at those Monday so that I could determine the answer to your question regarding familial, social, or business relationships. I did not read the contents of the emails, but just looked at the senders.
And then finally, can you hear and consider the proposal in a fair and objective manner?
I can.
Thank you. And then finally, Chair Murphy, are you ready to answer the questions?
Yes,
Thank you. Chair, do you have any interest in the property or the application or own property within 300 feet of the property subject to the proposal?
no,
Does your employer have an interest, financial or otherwise, in the outcome of this proceeding?
no,
Is there any prospective employment for you or a member of your family as a result of the outcome of this proceeding?
no,
Do you have any familial, social, or business relationships or connections with any of the parties or non-parties who have an interest in the outcome of this proceeding?
other than probably there are people I know that are members, no,
Do you stand to gain or lose any financial benefit as a result of the outcome of this proceeding?
no,
Have you engaged in any ex parte communications with either proponents or opponents of the proposal?
other than the emails that have been mentioned already, I scan them to determine what they related to and then set them aside if they were related to this issue.
And so you did not read them until they were made a part of the record.
No.
And then finally, can you hear and consider the proposal tonight in a fair and objective manner?
Yes.
Thank you. Chair, that concludes the appearance of fairness questions.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now, does anyone in attendance wish to challenge the participation of any commission members based on the appearance of fairness doctrine? If so, please raise your hand and or use the virtual raise your hand feature in the Zoom interface. The host will then see that you have your hand raised and can invite you to speak. When called upon, please state the name of the member and the reasons why you believe he or she should be disqualified from this matter. Please remember, we are not taking public comment at this point in the evening on the proposal. So please limit your statements to only the reason or reasons you believe a commissioner should be disqualified. We will hear all of the challenges first before any challenged commissioner will have an opportunity to respond. Challenges are not an opportunity to ask questions of a commissioner, and we would ask that those making challenges succinctly state the reasons supporting their challenge.
Chair Murphy, we don't see any raised hands on our end.
Okay. Okay, well, that would appear to simplify any of that. Okay. We will now turn, let's see, here we go. Let's see. Okay, so now we move on to the public comment period for proposed amendment 18. The land use map amendment and rezone for the SJCC property. We will now ask for members of the public to prevent comments. Members of the public, if you wish to comment, please raise your physical hand, or if joining remotely, raise your virtual hand. City staff will call on all those with hands raised until all those who wish to comment have done so. Please remember to state your name, confine your remarks to the matter at hand, that is Amendment 18, and that you have a time limit of 3 minutes. City staff will alert you when your time limit has expired.
Chair, just one moment. We had a list of individuals on this end. We have a list of individuals that have registered to speak, and we're going to go down the list. And if there's somebody we have missed, that has their hand raised, we will take it from there. So
Sounds good.
the first three people on our list is Alex Gomoran, Jay Bear or Behar, and Amy Labin.
Alex, are you ready to proceed?
I am.
Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. I stand before you today to advocate for the inclusion of the Strom Jewish Community Center's rezone request in the 2024 docket. For over half a century, the SJCC has been a cornerstone of Mercer Island, yet for 6 years, we have been entangled in a struggle to revitalize our cherished facility due to restrictive zoning regulations. Our pursuit has made one thing abundantly clear. The most straightforward solution for both the SJCC and the city is a realignment of our zoning designation. This change would accurately reflect the longstanding use of our land and impact only the SJCC, thereby ensuring no adverse effects on neighboring community facilities. Incorporating this rezone request will pave the way for an open and collaborative process, allowing for community engagement and input every step of the way as we consider the future of our facility. We have invested significant time and resources into planning a revitalization that not only meets the latest zoning standards, but also addresses the concerns of our community regarding traffic, environmental impact, and accessibility. Our vision is to forge a facility that will continue to serve and enhance Mercer Island for the next 50 years. However, let me be clear, the need for action is urgent. While we have maintained our facility with temporary solutions, the time for comprehensive renovation is now upon us. The SJCC is committed to serving our members with essential services, and our preferences is to remain right here on Mercer Island. But without the ability to remodel, we may be forced to relocate to sustain our mission. I urge you and encourage you as stewards of the community's future to support the SJCC's rezone requests. This decision is neither complicated nor unprecedented. It is, however, a critical moment for the City Council to demonstrate, in this commission, to demonstrate support for an institution that has been an integral part of Mercer Island for generations. Thank you for considering our plea. Let's move forward together, allowing the SJCC to continue serving our community as it has proudly done for several decades. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Murphy, the next person on our list is Jay Bear. And I didn't state previously, but I want to state for the record now that since we do have a timer on the screen, we will have a hard stop. So anybody that goes beyond 3 minutes will be cut off in order to be fair to everyone.
Okay.
Again, our next person is Jay Bear, and we are working on bringing him up now.
Hi there.
Hello, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Jay Behar. My family has been on Mercer Island since the late 50s. I was born in 1972, 51 years ago. In the late 70s, I began attending the JCC summer camps, and I couldn't wait. It was the highlight of my summer, meeting up with friends after a long school year to spend the warm summer days playing, swimming, having fun. In the springtime, an entire weekend was spent at the JCC gym for the Purim Carnival. And for those who don't know, Purim is the Jewish holiday which commemorates the saving of the Jewish people from annihilation 2,500 years ago. Young boys and girls would get dressed up in their favorite costumes. We'd spend hours playing games in the gym, and I specifically remember fishing for prizes. Winters brought Hanukkah, where we'd light the menorah, join the community, and celebrate with friends and family. These are the things I remember about being young at the J: friends, family, and good times. And looking back, I remember a building that was less than 10 years old at the time, still fairly new with all the modern technologies. But I also remember the video game Pong was invented in the 70s, and so was the VCR and the first Apple computer. As a kid, Pong was a dream to play, to watch old movies whenever you wanted. And I also loved going to the Kingdome, built in 1976. Now, fast forward 51 years, cell phones, streaming movies, high-speed internet. Technology has come leaps and bounds since the 70s, but the JCC is still playing Pong and using a VCR. The facility has not changed since it was built. Can you imagine using a floppy disk in your work environment, another invention of the 70s? And how about watching the Seahawks still in the Kingdome? Well, that is what the JCC is and will continue to be unless the code for their property is amended to commercial office. It is old and badly in need of upgrades to everything from classrooms, offices, its pool, ADA, HVAC, the entire facility. It needs a revitalization and it's urgent. We've made lots of fixes over the life of the building, but now is the time to modernize the entire facility, make it more environmentally sustainable, safer, ADA compliant, and more effective for today's uses. The J reaches at least 3,000 family homes each year. We serve the entire community. We've attempted every avenue to find a common solution with the city, all falling short. And now, after 6 years of working closely with the city to move forward, we've come before you with a simple proposal that meets all the city's docketing requirements. This is a straightforward process that will only affect the JCC on Mercer Island. The requested rezone does not demand excessive resources for next year. So please support the J's rezone request by asking that this proposal be docketed for 2024. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next three people on our list are Amy Lavin, Elaine Kraft, and Jake Pruchno. Again, Amy Lavin, Elaine Kraft, and Jake Pruchno.
Can everybody hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you. Hi, I'm Amy Lavin. I have been a resident on Mercer Island for 38 years. I grew up in this building, and today I serve as the CEO of the Strom Jewish Community Center. Hello, and thank you for giving me and the broader community the opportunity to voice our request for the rezone to be docketed in 2024. The Strom Jewish Community Center, as someone else referred to it as the J or the JCC, is a vital asset to the city of Mercer Island. Our mission is to offer experiences that amplify profound connections at every age. Everyone is welcome at the J. We work hard to serve all types of people to meet their developmental, educational, social, emotional, recreational, fitness, cultural, spiritual, and communal needs. While we welcome hundreds of people a day at the J, we can't comfortably welcome everyone right now, as our building is not ADA compliant, our dated mechanical systems malfunction far too often, which causes service disruption, and our building isn't well suited for contemporary lifestyles. Following the 2017 residential code update, the current code no longer provides for establishments like ours to pragmatically redevelop our facilities, and the remodeling criteria for residential properties is also impracticable. After living in this building for 54 years, we want to do better. So we want to be better so we can do better for everyone. Many of you know that the J has been working intently toward a substantial renovation for the last 6 years. With our experience and more community information in hand, we are now requesting a rezone to our residential property. This rezone would convert our residential property to commercial office, aligning the zoning with the services we've offered for the last 54 years here on Mercer Island. Once we're zoned as commercial office, the JCC's design concept fits well within the design code. And most importantly, it only affects our residential parcels and only happens if this land remains a JCC. It will reduce traffic on East Mercer Way. It will improve pedestrian and driver safety in our lot. It creates a fully ADA welcoming facility. It supports our agency's pursuit and global need for sustainability. It would modify the facility to suit modern communal engagement with the spaces, technology, and environments conducive to human connection. And so far, we've heard very positive support from the neighbors and the broader community. And as we move forward, if we are able to do so, we would continue to engage the community in our design efforts. Please recommend that this item be added to the Mercer Island City Council's 2024 docket. This work item should not require significant resources in 2024. Our agency wants to be the best we can be for the communities we serve. And at this specific moment, it's imperative that our community feels welcome in the community in which we live and work. Thank you, and please recommend this be added to the 2024 docket. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Elaine Kraft. Then we have Jake Kruchno and John Newman.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Go
Okay,
ahead if you're ready.
thank you. Thank you. My name is Elaine Kraft, and my family first moved to the island in 1948. I'm a proud Mercer Island graduate, class of 1969, which makes me basically the parent to the other three who have already spoken. So I've seen lots of changes on this island, but the one constant for me and my family has been the JCC for more than 50 years. The J routinely serves at least 3,000 island families. Mine has been one of them, from my parents, grandmother, and brothers to my kids and grandchildren. I couldn't have been a working mother without the JCC. The J provides vital social and cultural community connections. Especially in times like these, a safe, welcoming place is more important than ever. But the building was built in the 60s, and it is old. It is very old. The HVAC is failing. It is not ADA compliant. It has been fixed over the years, literally with spit and glue and duct tape and a few remodels. There has not been a single family home on this site since the early 1960s, despite the current zoning, only our JCC. I've worked in government long enough to know that deferred maintenance, while a boon to a cash-strapped budget, means potential facility failures in the long run. This J has hundreds of children in it at any time, and dozens of seniors who would have no way of getting out of the building if something were to happen, as the facility is woefully non-compliant. I don't have to tell you what a catastrophe a failure of any of the J's facilities would be. We've been working with the city of Mercer Island for 6 years to get a mutually satisfactory way forward, but to no avail so far. Other institutions on the island have been heard and their needs have been met. Our request is simple. It is clean. It will match the zoning to the actual usage. Our preliminary plans will improve traffic and address our neighbors' concerns. Our plans are environmentally sustainable. This request will only affect the JCC, no other entities on the island. Our number one goal is to be able to continue serving all our members and visitors. Our desire is to stay on the island, but to do so, we need an improved, revitalized facility that is safe for all. This now is in your hands. It is time to show your commitment to working with us and finding solutions. We ask for your leadership and vision, and please recommend to this full city council that it place this issue on its docket for 2024 and ensure that it can continue to be a vitally important part of the fabric of island life. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on our list is Jake Kruchno. Then we have John Newman and Julie Chivo.
You hear me now? Hello?
Yep, we can hear you. Go ahead when you're ready.
Perfect. Well, thank you for having me. I'm also here to speak on behalf of the JCC and the rezoning request. I've been going to the J since I was a little kid. My family moved to Mercer Island in 2002 when I was 6 years old, in part to be closer to the JCC and all of the services that are available at the facility. Like others have echoed, in the time that I've been an island resident for the last 20 some years, not a lot has changed at the building. And I'd like to think that my future children and their future children will be able to continue to go to the SJCC and enjoy all of the services that the community area provides, similar to how we've heard other people speak about how they also grew up at the J several decades ago and have been able to return with their families. The building is simply inadequate for the current usage. And it simply, although there are a lot of complexities along with the general kind of zoning and planning, this property is clearly not a residential property. And so since it hasn't been used as such in several decades, it simply doesn't make sense to be in a zone where we cannot upgrade the facilities to match even the current use of the property. For that reason, I believe that the J's proposal will be beneficial in terms of traffic for the environmental impact and will only impact the JCC, not any other island properties. And as such, I think that it will not require excessive resources from the city in order to properly consider the proposal for the SJCC to be able to move forward in improving its current facilities to match the current usage of the property. I'd like to thank the commission for having us on to speak, and I'm hopeful that you will allow us to add this to the docket for next year.
Thank you.
Next up, we have John Newman, and then Julie Kivo, and then Dan Thompson.
Hey, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead when you're ready.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I'm John Newman. I've been living on Mercer Island for about 17 years, 9097 North Mercer Way. For those of you who know North Mercer Way, it's the house with the silver pillars. I've been a member of the J pretty much the whole time I've lived here. My daughters, who are 16, were there just as little babies long ago, and I still go quite regularly to work out and to attend cultural events. And I, like the others you've heard from, are here to ask the council to include a review of the SJCC's rezoning request in the year 2024. It's been a long time. This really needs doing. The SJCC has not been a real residential property for 50 odd years. So it doesn't make any sense that it's still zoned that way. And the J is just simply run down. I've been to other clubs around, and the J just badly needs to be remodeled. It would be a very easy thing to do. It does not affect any other properties. It's just regarding this property while it is the JCC. And the need to revitalize it is really urgent. It's not what it should be, and any city like ours should be just delighted to have something like the J available. They're not asking for money from the city. They're just gonna fix it with private funds. So please just get this rezoning on the docket, get it done in 2024, so that the people who have raised the money for this and are really ready to improve the island in terms of traffic and in terms of facilities can make it happen. I'd like to really thank the commissioners for hearing me out, and just one more time, urging you to put the rezone request on the 2024 docket. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Next up, we have Julie Kivo. She's here in person.
Hi, I'm Julie Kivo. I've lived on Mercer Island for almost 12 years. I enjoy going to the JCC for book talks and movies.
Julie, could you stop for a moment? We're getting a lot of feedback, and the mic is not picking up your voice very well. So
we're working on that presently, Chair.
Okay.
If you could give us just one moment, and then we'll reset the clock.
Yeah, no worries.
Thank you.
Hi, how's the echo? Better?
Yeah, the echo's better. The volume is still a little weak. Can that be improved?
Go ahead and ask again for me, please.
Hi, how's the echo?
Can you hear her? Chair Murphy, can you hear?
Yeah, but she'll need to speak up more or get closer to the mic. Yeah,
How's it?
much better.
Okay, excellent. I'm Julie Kibo. I've lived on Mercer Island for almost 12 years. I enjoy going to the JCC for book talks and meetings. I was paying attention to this process several years ago when there were plans and somehow they ended. I wasn't that engaged. But when I saw the new plans offered by the JCC, it looked so fantastic. And I remember there were issues with lighting, but they seem to be addressed now. There were issues with traffic before, but they seem to be addressed now. And I was so excited seeing these plans. I was like, I want to talk to the council. I want to hope that they put it on their docket. This would be such a wonderful resource for the community. I hope we will put it on the 2024 docket so the community can have us be proud of, that can serve us all, that can be ADA compliant. It will be fantastic. I'm really excited for it and I hope it moves forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Julie. Hey, Deb, I've noticed that sometimes her speaking was getting picked up by your mic. Which I don't know why that would be.
It looks like my mic was on my computer still, and so that provided a little bit of feedback. Were you able to hear her testimony?
Yes, I was.
Sufficiently? Okay, I
But
think we've
I
worked
know-
through that and that shouldn't happen again.
Great, thank you.
Again, thank you for everyone for your patience and grace as we work through the technology challenges that we have. Our next couple of speakers, we have Dan Thompson, Paul Bernstein, and Ian Morris.
Can you hear me?
We can, when you're ready, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Dan Thompson. I've been a resident since 1970. I have 3 written submissions. Comment 160 is my substantive objections. Comment 173 is the procedural objections. And comment 196 is regarding site-specific rezone. I believe the agenda packet is so deficient in this matter. This commission must review the written submissions to understand. The JCC is requesting what has never been granted in the history of Mercer Island, and that is a rezone of a conditional use permit from residential to commercial office for both use and regulatory limits. This is to allow construction of 381,468 square feet of structures, which equals 11 community centers or 2.5 Hadleys. Does anybody think that this would be appropriate in your neighborhood? No other conditional use permit has ever suggested that the conditional use permit ordinance is inadequate to allow necessary development. In fact, a conditional use receives 3 significant benefits. A conforming use does not. The non-conforming use, no yard setbacks on internal lots, and additional impervious surfaces. I will say that if there is room on the 2024 docket for this amendment, there is room for amendments 1 through 7. The docketing criteria fails, the agenda fails to point out this is the 4th attempt by the JCC in the last 4 years to obtain additional regulatory limits. There was a conditional facility zone, the Hill amendments, last year the variance applications, and now the rezone. In 2022, Planning Commission Director Jeff Thomas issued Administrative Interpretation 2022-004 that held that a conditional use permit cannot obtain a variance for additional regulatory limits. It makes no sense that that same CUP can now move to a a commercial zone. My concern is that this will not be a site-specific zone. There is nothing to distinguish it, and we will see every CUP come before this planning commission in the next few years asking to be upzoned to a commercial zone, and this will begin to erode the most important feature of our comprehensive plan as outlined in Director Thomas' interpretation. That is single-family home zoning and neighborhood character. So I don't think that this is an appropriate amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
The next person on our list is Paul Bernstein. He is here in the audience. If you'll wait just one moment, please, he'll come to the front of the room.
Can I be heard? Is this working? Yep. They can hear you. Okay. My name is Paul Bernstein, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak here. I live with my wife, Florence, at 8367 Southeast 30th Street. We've been members of the Strong JCC since we moved to Mercer Island in early 1986. My 3 children went to preschool at the J and to summer camp and schools out programs. My wife and I attend many cultural and holiday events at the J, and I can be found at the fitness center several times a week. The J has been a major part of our lives on Mercer Island. Tonight, the JCC's rezone request provides the Planning Commission with a wonderful opportunity to improve the quality of life on Mercer Island. The JCC has been contributing to life on Mercer Island since 1969. It has provided preschool for thousands of children, summer camp, cultural events, basketball and co-ed softball leagues. It has hired many teenagers for their first jobs, organized community-wide events on Jewish holidays, expanded the Seattle Jewish Film Festival, and created a warm and welcoming place for thousands of Mercer Island families. Life on Mercer Island has changed dramatically since 1969. We now have a community center, a Department of Youth and Family Services, a library that has doubled in size, improved public parks, a gallery established by the Mercer Island Visual Arts League, and many new businesses. The JCC wants to change and grow as well. The J's very creative and energetic leadership has spent years developing plans to bring the JCC into the 2020s, 2030s, and beyond. Plans that are wonderfully ambitious, but also carefully thought through and discussed extensively with members and with neighbors. Unfortunately, though, the J's leadership is unable to move forward. There's a simple reason. In terms of land use, for the J, it's still 1969. Its building is old and small. It's neither ADA compliant nor energy efficient. And the JCC can do virtually nothing about that because it's zoned residential. Rezoning the property would make it possible for the JCC to grow, to meet the needs of its members, many, many other Mercer Islanders, and the greater Seattle Jewish community. The Mercer Island Planning Commission has an opportunity at this point to contribute to the quality of life on Mercer Island by helping the rezone move forward, and I hope you will do so. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next 3 people on our list is Ian Morris, Hart Cole, and David Schumann. Mr. Morris, if you can hear us, we're having difficulty promoting you. We're asking you to unmute.
Okay, I think I've got it now. Can you hear me? Okay, sorry about that. Thank you for having me here tonight. My name is Ian Morris. I've been a Mercer Island resident for 13 years, and I'm here to advocate on behalf of the JCC's request. I want to start by reading part of a letter that was sent to the JCC by a member of the community. This letter was sent 90 days ago, before the horrific attack last month that threatens to divide this country and our community. The letter reads, "Today, August 11th, I've been working at the SJCC and the J Cafe, looking out at the 300 plus campers and your staff. I wanted to share my observations of the camp in the context of today's environment of rising anti-Semitism. The diversity of the campers is obvious: Jewish, Christian, Asian, Black, and white. I would not be surprised if there were some Muslim children at the camp. In addition to the campers interacting with their peers and having much needed interaction with a diverse group of young people, their parents obviously feel comfortable sending them to the JCC. These families represent a cross-section of our upper middle class America that have chosen to put trust in the SJCC community. After spending many years in interfaith dialogue efforts, it seems to me that this experience might be built upon to demonstrate the benefits involved in participation within our Jewish community." The letter I just read goes on, but you get the idea. Speaking for myself, there are so many good reasons to keep the J on Mercer Island, but I want to focus on this one in particular. First and foremost, the J is a community center. Many of its members are Jewish, many others are not. The J's most popular program, its early childhood school, is beloved throughout the area, and more than 1/3 of the participants are not Jewish. The same is true of many of its other popular programs. I'm here to speak on behalf of the J as a proud Mercer Island resident, property owner, and someone who thinks it's vital that we let the J invest in our community rather than pursue their only other course of action, which is to leave it. I'm not a member of the J, but my son, who is now 16, went to the preschool, and more than 10 years later, he still has friends who he met through the program. Some are Jewish, some are not. I hear a lot of talk about diversity, tolerance, kindness, and so on, but it's just talk. What matters are our actions. Do we live the values? The J is not about talk. It's about values. It's about the community we want to create for ourselves and our children. The J can't continue in its existing physical plant, as you've heard throughout the night. I think it's time we take action as a community. If we don't explicitly choose to work with the J, then we are making a choice. We're telling the J it's time for them to go to another community, which is not what they want. So we have a choice to make. It's our choice, not the J's. And I say we choose to take action and to keep the J here on Mercer Island. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian.
Next on our list, we have Hart Cole, David Schuman, and Adam Atkins.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, go ahead.
Fantastic. So my name is Hart Cole. I am a Mercer Island resident at 3412 72nd Avenue Southeast. I'm here tonight to ask the Planning Commission to take up the JCC rezone on the docket and on the 2024 docket. A little bit different than several of the people you have heard from tonight. My wife and I joined the greater Seattle community from Los Angeles roughly 6 years ago and moved to Mercer Island 18 months or so ago. So after almost 4 years in the city of Seattle. Our time here was a little tumultuous. We joined Seattle right before COVID. We have 2 young children, and we had a difficult time finding and forming community. As we tried to cast about and decide whether or not we were going to be permanent Puget Sounders, we met some people largely through the community at the JCC. It was the JCC that helped us stay in the Puget Sound. It was the JCC that brought us to Mercer Island. It is the JCC where my children currently go to ECS. As you heard Ian talk about in his prior comments, it is the JCC that now is a refuge for us in pretty challenging times. It's a refuge for the community, and it's very, very additive to the city of Mercer Island. My children are young. They're 3 and 5. My hope is that as they grow up, as they're 13 and 15, as they're 23 and 25, as they're, 53 and 55, they will continue to go to the J on Mercer Island and build their own community. Their children will go to the J and build their own community. That's only possible is if this committee allows it to be taken up in 24 and the community continues to support it as it goes through its rezone. I am a commercial real estate developer, thankfully not on Mercer Island, but in the broader Seattle community. I've entitled and developed over 3 million square feet in Seattle, Bellevue, and Bothell. And the plan put forth is without a doubt the most thoughtful plan of an existing premise that could be done. It mitigates traffic. It upgrades, as you've heard, for mobility, for access, and to make the building more efficient. My children had to miss school and be moved around because we had a leak 2 weeks ago. The heater broke earlier this week. The facility is in dire need of an upgrade, and all I ask is that this gets taken up so that it can be rezoned. We can do the work that needs to be done and continue to have a center for the community on Mercer Island. Thank you all.
Thank you.
David Schuman, Adam Atkins, and Sam Bloom.
Good evening.
Good evening. Go
Thank
ahead
you all
when
for
you're
the
ready.
time and thanks for taking this up for public opinion. My name is David Schuman for the record, and I am in favor of docketing the JCC comprehensive plan and rezone proposal. The proposal meets all of the docketing criteria and should be docketed so it can be studied and hopefully adopted next year. The majority of the community is for the proposal, and we hope you listen to us. I know the community has been working for many, many years on a solution to be able to remodel the JCC. I moved to the Seattle area 6 years ago with my wife, and we've had both of our daughters here. And we've built our community through the JCC because, as someone said earlier, it's the early childhood school is the place to go. And we had only heard about it through chatter with people we had met here. And we feel fortunate that we got in because there are waiting lists for people to get in because it is in such high demand. And further to that, the facility is not large enough to support, all of the demand. Additionally, I wanted to add just a personal note. It is, I don't know if the correct word is ironic, but I think everybody knows what the Jewish community is experiencing right now. And not just the Jewish community, but anyone that believes in community and in peace. And in any community that I've lived, again, I come from Miami. My parents are Cuban. I was born in Venezuela. I've lived up and down the East Coast. The JCC, the first word is Jewish, the second word is community, is a center and a sanctuary for all people. And right now, more than ever, we need to invest in renovating this facility to welcome everybody. Seattle is one of the most progressive communities that I've ever lived in, and we need to change this facility. We need to change the rezone. We need to allow this facility to continue to develop and contribute to a positive development on the island and to the broader Seattle community. Lastly, the Jewish community here in Seattle, while as a people, we are very together and very close, it is very spread. And the Jewish Community Center would allow us, again, a sanctuary and bring the community further together as we need in these difficult times. And throughout our history, we've had difficult times. And now more than ever, we ask you to please put this on the docket for 2024. If we can't get a rezone, we feel we've exhausted our options on the island and we will need to look to relocate elsewhere. And trust me, we don't want to do that. Mercer Island is where we want to be. We appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Next up, we have Adam Atkins, and then we have Sam Bloom and Denise Jaffe.
Hi, everybody. My name is Adam Atkins, and my family just moved into our newly built home here on Mercer Island. I'm speaking in favor of docketing the JCC comprehensive plan and rezone proposal. I have attended meetings with the local community and listened to the JCC planning committee address all of the community questions comprehensively. We have the community's support, so we hope you'll listen to us, distinguished members. The SJCC is the epicenter of the Seattle Metro Jewish community. We're fortunate the SJCC is centrally located, accessible, and in the friendliest community. I have two kids, Levi is 5 and Stella is 3, who have both attended early childhood school and created close friendships in a safe environment for Jewish kids, which is more important now than any of us can remember. Building updates would dramatically improve safety and security for members, guests, and kids who deal with parking lot traffic congestion and blind spots on a daily basis. The antiquated heating and cooling system have led to health concerns and caused delays to our kids' daily schedule. We're thrilled with the education that the ECS provides, and the rezoning would allow the JCC to build updated facilities to enhance learning and play opportunities. The health club and common areas are also in dire need of updates. I'm a small business owner and would happily bring clients and friends to Mercer Island when I would be proud of the JCC facilities available. An accessible, environmentally friendly, and aesthetically pleasing JCC would benefit the local community and create new opportunities for members and Mercer Island residents alike. There would be devastating impacts to the JCC members, employees, and the local community and broader Jewish community without a rezone. Sadly, without the rezone, the JCC would be forced to relocate off Mercer Island and fracture countless extremely close personal, professional, and civic relationships forged over decades. At a time where a strong Jewish community and support from our friends is essential, I implore you to add the rezone to the docket. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam.
Sam Bloom, Denise Jaffe, and Michelle Cohorn or Corn.
Thank you, everyone, for your time this evening. I appreciate everyone's comments and regards and thoughtfulness. My name is Sam Blum. I'm a Mercer Island resident at 5050 90th Avenue Southeast. I am part of a fourth generation Mercer Island Jewish family. My grandfather built a house on Mercer Island that is still in our family at the same time at which the original Strom Jewish Community Center was built. He completed that construction in 1970. I am fully in support, fully in favor of docketing the JCC comprehensive plan and rezone proposal in 2024. I believe this is the majority opinion from the community, which I'm proud to support. I will attempt to capture the sentiment of the community as you're hearing so thoughtfully tonight, using Aristotle's rhetoric. This is a 2,400-year-old framework, and I employ this framework because sometimes we have to go back in time to go forward. Ethos, logos, pathos. The community is collectively attempting to appeal to you in a credible, logical, and emotional way. But there's also a fourth form of rhetoric here that most people don't know about, and that is kairos. And that is the appeal of timing, which of course is crucially important for our consideration tonight. Ethos. As mentioned, I'm part of a 4-generation chain on Mercer Island. And I'm physically at the JCC with my children, with my parents, with other community members, at least 4 or 5 times a week. And very much, I consider the Strom Jewish Community Center my family's second home. Logos, the logical appeal. This building, as we've heard countless times, is extremely old. It's only a matter of time before someone gets hurt or something tragically happens. And please be mindful that culpability will be broad in the event something like that happens. Pathos, the emotional appeal. As you know, the Jewish community is reeling from a tremendously difficult situation right now. Isolation, despair, hopelessness. These are some of the feelings that are strongly felt by the Seattle Jewish community and the world's Jewish community. Most of us won't lead remarkable professional lives. It's just the fact. But you have an opportunity to uplift, to inspire, to give hope. Do not waste that opportunity. And thank you for your consideration in support of docketing the JCC rezone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Denise Jaffe, Michelle Cohorn, and Matt Golbach.
Hi there.
Go ahead if you're ready.
Thank you so much. Good evening, members of the City Council, fellow residents and citizens. My name is Denise Jaffe. I live at 2222 78th Avenue Southeast. That is right behind the new light rail and the city center with all kinds of changes there, including zoning changes. And I stand before you today as a passionate member of the community who frequents the JCC, a place that means a lot to me and countless others on the island, as you have heard. I'm a regular at the JCC. I've been here 17 years. My kids have used the JCC. I still visit several times a week to use the fitness center and attend classes. The JCC is an inclusive place that welcomes all community members. However, as much as we love the J, the facility is old and outdated, reminiscent of my old high school gym with a less than desirable ambiance. Very importantly, in these challenging times with anti-Semitism on the rise, I'm sure providing optimal security is compromised by the outdated infrastructure. I'm always a bit apprehensive being anywhere close to the glass doors in the facility, and its proximity to the highway makes it an easy target, both of which would benefit from new construction. Despite the crumbling facilities, the J boasts the best fitness center on the island, with free weights and machines that cater to a wide range of ages, from young bros flexing their muscles to seniors. It serves the preschool needs of hundreds of island families and off island, I assume. And of course, the J offers programs for the Jewish community on the island. And unlike most other fitness and non-religious community facilities on the island, the J subsidizes those who can least afford the membership. I am not a lawyer, as you could tell by my lack of legalese in this preparation here, but there's precedent for changing zoning. We've seen this in the preparation for light rail. My neighborhood has been inundated with zoning changes. We've seen it in the downtown area where we needed to make changes to allow for higher density housing. This is not asking for a dramatic change for the entire island. It's a way to make small modifications that reflect a changing reality. The need to revitalize the J is urgent. The time for piecemeal fixes has passed. We now stand at a crucial juncture where the J must rebuild to stay on the island and continue serving the community. So I urge you, City Council, to support the J's rezone request. Please rectify the zoning regulations that have hindered the ability to serve and thrive. Thank you for your time, and I trust you will make the right decision for the J and for the whole island community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, we have 7 more people that have signed up, and it looks like we have a couple of additional hands raised, just to give you some context. Our next speaker is Michelle Cohorn, and then Matt Golbach, and then Aaron Goldfeder.
Okay.
Hi there, good evening. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Michelle Cohorn, and today I'm speaking to you as a JCC board member. And I'm, of course, asking you, like many other asking you today, to please support the Jay's rezone requests so this proposal can be docketed for the 2024 year. I remember moving to the area about 24 years ago. And one of the first places my husband and I saw when we were driving around was the JCC. And you know what I thought? I thought, thank goodness there will be a JCC close by to where we live. You see, for someone moving in from out of town, that is just such a huge relief to see that. And then we realized, hey, you know what? Maybe we'll actually put roots down here. And 24 years later, we're still here. So fast forward, the JCC has been a huge part of our lives. I've met some of my closest mom friends there while attending various mom groups. Our kids attended summer camps. They've been counselors in training there. They've been counselors there. And as adults, we've attended countless programs like movies, speakers, cooking demonstrations, etc. As you've heard, the JCC, serves at least 3,000 families on the island. And then, of course, there's an entire community beyond that. And I'm actually one of the entire community beyond that. It's a very valuable resource, and they just serve a very large base. It's a beloved community center. Quite honestly, when we moved here 24 years ago, I thought that an updated was needed then. So clearly, 24 years later, the need to modernize and revitalize this facility is urgent. It's urgent because we need a more environmentally sustainable place. We need a safer place. We need something that's ADA compliant. So let's make our vision a reality. Our community really deserves an updated JCC, a revitalized JCC. And I urge you again to please support the Jay's rezone request and ask that this proposal be docketed for 2024. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you, Michelle.
Our next speaker is Matt Golbach, and then we have Aaron Goldfeder and John Hall.
You're on mute, Matt.
How's that?
That's much better.
Okay, super. My name is Matt Golbach. I live at 9980 Southeast 40th Street, Mercer Island. I've been here a little 10 years. Prior to the pandemic, I was kind of a regular at Planning Commission and council meetings. For the record, I want to express, well, first I want to thank all you planning commissioners for your service. And for the record, I would like to express some objections I have. And one of them is to the last Planning Commission meeting. We had an executive session, subsequent to which everything got silenced. There's no executive session in your bylaws, and I couldn't find any reference to it anywhere. I asked questions about it. Nobody can tell me it's a secret. Kind of just bad optics, I'm saying. A lack of public notice of what we're doing here. This quasi-judicial meeting is something pretty much unheard of, never been done before, and no one had any warning that this was going to happen. Most of the people you're going to see here came because they were invited by the JCC, which did an extensive program to ask people in. My neighbors and myself, we were told not to participate because there was a rule against it. We couldn't talk about it with our planning commissioners or our council members. I'm concerned about planning the planners because I don't think you guys have had a chance to have adequate preparation. There's quite a bit to do with what is zoning. Haven't heard a lot of it from people so far tonight. The issue for the JCC is fundamentally they have a problem. They want to build higher and bigger. And the purpose, they operate under a CUP, as most of you planners understand, which has a little bit more to do with dimensions. It actually has to do with how you run your organization. Every other organization on the island is subject to those rules. I think the JCC should be also. They have been at it. So let me start by saying I'm opposed to Amendment 18, and on a number of levels. The discussion here is actually about getting around the rules. I and my neighbors have been battling with the JCC over the last 6 years that have been referenced, and each time it's always been the same thing, and each time they've been shut down by the city after a lot of issues. My neighbors and I have spent at the last round about $40,000 in legal fees to stop the JCC from crushing our neighborhood.
Our next speaker is Aaron Goldfeder, John Hall, and Jeremy Locke.
Hello, can folks hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Awesome. Good evening, everyone. My name is Aaron Goldfeder. I've been a proud resident of Mercer Island since 2017, and I've lived in the Seattle area for 24 years. I live at 2748 70th Avenue Southeast. I'm a volunteer, like you, missing time with family right now. I understand you are all volunteers and you're trying to do the best thing for Mercer Island. First of all, thank you for your service to our community, for diligently hearing us out. You must be exhausted and wondering, when am I going to go home? That was a Mercer Island pun, trying to liven things up a little bit. Anyway, as a member of the Jewish community and as the JCC, as a parent, as a local business owner, I stand here not just for myself, but for the legacy of our community as a whole. What I learned when I moved to Mercer Island is that what makes us different from a lot of the other neighborhoods or cities in this region is the sense of community and bringing people together. And for many of us, that starts at the JCC. So today I urge you to recommend our project for the city's 2024 docket. It's not just a proposal, it's a commitment to our community's heart and soul and thriving families. Excuse me, the JCC is not just a building. It's where my 2 kids went to school. It's where I volunteer, it's where we made friends. It's where our family, along with thousands of others, find connection and community both within the JCC, and that community extends into our neighborhoods on Mercer Island and deeper into the public school system of Mercer Island. Yes, the very fabric that makes Mercer Island special in the first place, connected family and neighborhoods, for many of us starts with the J. And it's not just about the J, it's about the strength and vitality of Mercer Island as a whole. That's what was on the discussion here. As mentioned, the building is old, it's in dire need of upgrades, the classrooms to the pool, the HVAC systems. We need to modernize it, not just for aesthetic or functional upgrades, but to make it environmentally sustainable, safer, and ADA compliant. The proposal is straightforward, as you've heard. It's bewildering that any reasonable person would single out the J as opening any kind of floodgate for a massive wave of upzoning. I find that offensive. We're merely asking to be able to continue to operate on Mercer Island in a way that's safe and effective for a community. So as Mercer Islanders, we're at a crossroads. Either we evolve with a thriving JCC, make sensible and modest upgrades, or we will lose part of what makes Mercer Island the special place that it is, and a home for the Jewish community center. So I urge you, let's not replace a beloved community center with new homes or affordable housing or God knows what could be built there, as state law might allow. Instead, let's invest in a place that has given so much to so many. Let's support the JCC's rezone request and ensure it means a beacon of community, connection, and culture on Mercer Island. Thank you. I yield the time.
Thanks, Aaron.
Our next speaker is John Hall, and then we have Jeremy Locke and William Gerdes.
Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, John.
I'm John Hall, a neighbor of the JCC. I've lived in the Mercerwood neighborhood since 1958. I have already submitted a declaration and exhibits in the variation litigation in 2022 in the comment record section between 165 and 166. Since 1970, the JCC has tried to increase its zoning to build out of scale buildings and change conditions and regulations using the same tactic about growth. They purchased commercial property to the north for their expansion in 1997. However, instead of expanding as they claimed they needed, they leased it out to the French school for $600,000 a year rent. This is still a available option for them, but unfortunately, this is about money for them and no consideration for our neighborhood. I was a member of the neighborhood that appealed the community facility zone. The neighbors had spent $40,000 in attorney fees and had to list the CFC on the Form 17 disclosure form during the time that they sold their property. The city spent $100,000 plus in attorney's fees and the JCC nothing. Many neighbors have sold and left because of not knowing whether you will live next to the Hadley is punishing. These neighbors were very exhausted going to council and planning hearing meetings for years on end. A neighborhood is where you raise your family, spend time, not to have facilities trying to constantly manipulate the zoning laws to their benefit, to ruin the residential nature of our community. Traffic is terrible, even back up on East Channel Bridge deck. The JCC and FAST have brought single-family homes next to the cup, and they will try to pull those into the CO. This process has been very unfair. This JCC was told to submit comments, but we were told that since this was a quasi-judicial proceedings, don't submit comments because the Planning Commission and Council can't review them. Then on Monday, before hearing on Wednesday, the city added 165 comments from the JCC to the agenda. In closing, the JCC has repeatedly tried to expand beyond the required buffer zones into existing residential neighborhoods, and the city of Mercer has denied them every time for the best interest of the taxpaying residents. 1971, 1985, and 2019. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, John.
Next up, we have Jeremy Locke, William Gerdes, and Gary Merkin.
Can't hear you, Jeremy. Nope, can't hear you.
Is that better?
Ah, you got it. Good job.
Okay, there we go. All right. I'm glad that worked. Well, thanks for having me today. My name is Jeremy Locke. I'm a third generation Islander. My grandparents moved to Mercer Island in the early 60s. I'm currently raising my two kids on Mercer Island. I have a 3-year-old daughter and almost a 5-year-old son. I also attended ECS preschool here, and my kids are also attending ECS preschool right now as well. The classrooms are the exact same as when I attended ECS about 30 years ago. My family and I have been members of the JCC for over 30 years, and we continue to plan to be members for the next 30 and so on. I'm excited to see the new plans to revitalize the JCC here so our family and future generations can continue to enjoy and love the JCC as much as we have for the past 30 years. Please support the JCC for the rezone request by asking that the proposal be docketed for 2024. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on our list, we have William Gerdes, Gary Merkin, and then we will go to the individuals that have their hands raised.
Deb, how many of those do we have?
It appears that we have two additional people on that are in attendance that have raised their hands to speak.
Okay.
I'm right where you guys are.
Okay, go ahead.
Just FYI, I can't really see the seconds on the timer. I can only see the minutes, but that's okay. I've also got bad audio and video quality, and it goes along with my bad speaking quality, so we should be in good shape. My name is William Gertis. I'm also like many people, a longtime Mercer Island resident. I was born and raised in the Mercerwood neighborhood, about a quarter mile from the J. My sisters and I used to sneak into the J's pool and the gym when we were little, which is harder to do now because the security is better. But unfortunately, the facility is otherwise the same. I'm here to speak in favor of getting that zoning change on the books for the J so that they can modernize their facility. Obviously, the zoning choices, the land use choices that we have as Islanders should match the community values. You're not going to please everyone, but obviously from the statements here tonight, the community values really appreciate the J. I am not a Jew, but the Jewish Community Center is a great part of the community, and it uniquely fills roles in the community that other organizations don't, as far as the high quality childcare, the opportunities for education, athletics, all kinds of cultural impacts. And we are so lucky to have the J there. And it would be a travesty if we let it go and didn't let them modernize. They aren't going to be doing something they've done differently. It's the same stuff they've been doing for 50 years. It's just allowing them to modernize. The zoning just doesn't match what they've been doing for 50 years. We need to let them modernize their facility. I appreciate you all taking so much time to listen to all this. Please make the right choice and put this zoning proposal forward on the docket. Thank you very much.
Thanks, William.
Next on our list is Gary Merkin.
Can everyone hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, commissioners, for hearing me out this evening. Really appreciate it. I'm here today to emphatically request that the docket in the JCC plan for rezone proposal is on the docket for 2024. I moved to Mercer Island from South Africa 4 years ago. No family. At the time, it was my wife and 2 kids. We had no extended family here, no friends, did not know one person in town. I have the benefit of having to, look throughout Seattle and the surrounding cities for a suitable place to settle my family. And we had heard Mercer Island, is a reasonable place to raise a young family. And, I've managed to find a rental here and we temporarily settled here. Stumbling upon the JCC once we had arrived was one of the biggest blessings that, was placed upon my family with our very difficult move. Every single part of our life was enhanced by the JCC, and, every single day that we dropped our kids off at the ECS school, every day that I went to, I used the J Cafe to work, met my friends to work out at the gym there. And every single time that I went to the J, it reminded me that, this is what suburban family life should be like, to have a community center in the vicinity of your home that provides such unbelievable services and gives so much back, to the community that it serves. And, looking at the proposal, looking at the alternatives, that have been, presented by various other members of the community, coming from the outside, I cannot fathom why anyone would be against, refurbishing and enhancing, the JCC. When I first saw the property, I was, it had the look of a facility that was struggling, that had no membership, that no one attended and was struggling for funds and things like that. And then to realize that this facility serves over 3,000 families and is in fact a thriving community center, you know, and the looks, you know, and the lack of renovation and the aesthetic of the building was due to zoning issues, you know, came as quite the shock to me. So I would really like to see this on the 2024 docket as a thriving member of this community. And, you know, I hope that this commission, you know, can push that through and make it happen for all of us. So thank you for your time. That's all from me.
Thank you, Gary.
Okay, we're going to go to the individuals that have their hands raised. We have Abe Wilner Martin, Robin Medin, and Lisa Fain.
Is there more than that?
Those are the only three that I see.
Okay.
Hello, you're getting me on my phone because I just got off of work at the JCC, as a matter of fact, which is one reason that I really wanted to come speak there. The other reason is that the JCC has been a part of my life for as long as I can remember. My mother was bat mitzvahed at the synagogue across the street. They were some of the first members in its first 2 years. But I also wanted to speak in my capacity as someone who is currently both, I believe, the youngest person at this meeting, and also someone who is currently going through a degree for education psychology and climate psychology, because I've heard a lot of discussion about fears that this is going to change things. And as someone who is currently specializing in the psychology of climate change, that is a sentiment that I hear quite frequently. And the response that I often have to give is that things are going to have to change because the future is going to look different from the past, because it always does. That's kind of a fundamental part of this. And I see the J and community spaces like it as a fundamental contributor to building healthy, resilient communities that are going to stay strong in the face of the grandest crisis that humanity has ever faced. A couple months ago, I took a tour of the old Jewish quarter in downtown Seattle and saw all of the places that my great-great-grandmother would have stayed when she came across had been demolished and torn down. And in some cases, the synagogues were still standing because they were now occupied by churches. And as a Jewish person, there is not a lot left standing of my heritage in this city. But there is a bit of my history left standing, and it's at the J, and it's at Herzl. And the idea of that history no longer being there because of fears that the future will not be like the past is deeply saddening to me as a young person and as someone who understands that zoning itself is a very controversial topic these days, because we are having to look at the ways in which our communities are going to be forced to change, whether we like it or not. The J has been the most supportive presence in my life since I can remember. And it deserves the support of the community that it has so unendingly, unceasingly supported in turn. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Robin Medin, and then Lisa Fain.
Yep, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Robin Medin, and I've been a resident of Mercer Island for almost 20 years now. I'm not going to repeat a lot of the wonderful things that others have said. My kids also went to the J. We use the J. It's an incredible, important part of our community, and I think their plans are amazing and thoughtful. I just wanted to make a few points. I think that the Planning Commission exists to make change and adjust with growing needs of the community. I don't think there's anything wrong with looking at something that's existing and making a change. I don't think this will open the floodgates. I think that this is a unique circumstance and the J is uniquely situated. I also disagree that this would push into the residential neighborhood. That is not the plan at all. The changes will be made on the J's existing property. And in no way will this be a 20-story high rise that's going to ruin the neighborhood. This is an organization and a facility that is affordable, much more affordable daycare wise, athletic gym wise than most places around. It's for all ages, all religions, all people. And I cannot think of one reason that the Planning Commission would have to not include this on the docket. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Robin.
And our last speaker is Lisa Fain.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lisa Fain. I live at 4895 Forest. I'm a member of the Mercer Island community since 2014. And when we moved here, the J was really instrumental in our acclimation and being welcomed to the island. I'm here today to ask the council to include a review of the SJCC's rezone request on the 2024 docket. As others have said, for over 6 years, the J has tried to find a way to move forward on revitalizing its aging property within Mercer Island zoning requirements. And in this process, it's become clear that the cleaner and simpler option for both the city and the J is to realign the zoning designation to better reflect how the land has actually been used for the last 50 plus years. Unlike other options, this action would only impact the J. It will have no impact on our friends that operate other community facilities on the island. And further, this action would then allow for a very public and collaborative process of consideration before any remodel or revitalization decisions are made. It will be inclusive and it will be communal, and it's really a no-brainer. The board of the J has spent a lot of time and resources considering how to ensure that they can continue to serve the Mercer Island community for another 50 years and beyond. And enabling the J to undertake this critical revitalization process would allow them to realize a revised facility that will meet and exceed the new zoning standards while also protecting and supporting the concerns that the J has heard from neighbors and members. I want to just reiterate that by honoring the concerns that they've heard from their neighbors and their members. It'll improve traffic flow, it'll reduce light and noise impact, it'll improve buffering, ADA accessibility, and updated critical infrastructure. The need to revitalize the facility is urgent. The J has made a lot of fixes over the life of the building, no more Band-Aids. Now is the time to fix the entire facility. Serving members with critical services is the J's #1 priority, and the goal is to stay on Mercer Island. You've heard what will happen if they don't get rezoned. But one of the things that hasn't been raised is what will happen to the, what will it mean for Mercer Island and its reputation if it denies the J the opportunity to do this? I want my community, I think you want your community to be welcoming, inclusive, and not to be known as a place that is so stuck in the past that it won't allow rezoning that aligns with its use, when the use itself is so additive and contributory to the community. What's the message you'd be sending to the Jewish families on the island, to the Jewish and non-Jewish families who value diversity and inclusivity? We're all judged by our actions, not our intentions. And your action in adding this to the docket, it's what's required now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lisa. Well, we've been going an hour and 45 minutes. I believe that it's time for a short break before we move on to the applicant's presentation. So let's say 10 minutes. Okay. Deputy City Clerk, are we ready to go back on the record here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Back on the record. I want to just formally close out the public comment period since there were no more hands. At this point, we will now ask the project applicant to speak on the proposal. Please recall that you have 3 minutes to speak. You will have rebuttal time, and I have no doubt that we'll have some questions for you too.
Okay, here we go. Are we ready? I can't see the timer. But
We don't have, there it goes.
there it goes. Okay,
Okay.
great. My name is Jessie Clausen. I'm the land use attorney for the JCC. I'm a Mercer Island resident, and my daughter Hannah is a current preschool student at the JCC. Thanks for sticking with us and considering our request tonight. As outlined in our application and the staff report, the JCC proposal meets all 5 docketing criteria. I wanted to focus on one of the criteria, criterion 4. Criterion 4 states that the proposal will serve the public interest by implementing specifically identified goals of the comprehensive plan or a new approach supporting the city's vision. The JCC proposal serves the public interest and implements specific goals of the comp plan. First, this docket request is clearly in the public interest. Hundreds of people who have never commented to this commission before, not just the usual suspects, have spent the time to write or state support for this proposal. It's an unprecedented number of positive comments for anything on Mercer Island. So clearly allowing the JCC to remain on Mercer Island is in the public interest. Second, the docket request is consistent with the comprehensive plan goals. Goal 17.4 states that organizations like the JCC are community assets that are essential for the well-being of Mercer Island, and development regulations, which include zoning designations, should reflect a desire to retain community assets like the J on Mercer Island. We meet this goal. You might wonder why we need a rezone to stay on Mercer Island. In short, the JCC, a non-residential use, has been on single-family zoned property since it was built. There hasn't been a single family home on this property for over 60 years. It's likely that the city never changed the designation because the single family code always allowed for large buildings like the JCC to exist in single family zones. In 2017, for good reason, the city substantially changed its single family code to deal with the mega mansion problem. In doing so, community organizations were unintentionally overlooked, and the code no longer allows for large buildings like the J to be built or reconfigured in single-family homes. In addition, the non-conforming provisions of the code do not allow the J to rebuild in the single-family zone. The city has interpreted its code to state that the J can't apply for a variance from the zoning regulations, and this interpretation is final. So here we are stuck between a rock and a hard place and asking for a rezone so that we can remain on Mercer Island. We do have ideas about our remodel that we have shared with the community to overwhelming support, which you've heard. It will be a vast improvement over what is there today. If the rezone is passed, that proposal will have to be reviewed by the Design Commission and all of the normal permitting processes. Things like traffic, parking, and mitigation will be determined by a city process at that time. And we are hopeful that you will allow the JCC to remain on Mercer Island and approve the docket request. The time is now to take action. Thanks.
Thank you. Now the city staff will do its presentation.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Deputy Director Allison Van Gorp. I'm just going to go over a few slides. If I can get this to advance, one moment. Okay, yes, special business. Okay, so tonight is the annual review of the 2024 docket. This is the opportunity for the public plan and development code amendments. And tonight, the Planning Commission is conducting its preliminary review of the proposed items and making a recommendation to the City Council. This will then determine which items are placed on the final docket and added to the work plan for 2024. A bit about procedure here. The code dictates that amendment requests may be submitted by the city really at any time. We work hard to bring them together at the time of the docket review so that the Planning Commission and Council and the community can consider all of these proposals together for more effective work planning. Proposals that are submitted by the public must be accompanied by an application and must be submitted between September 1st and October 1st of each year. All the applications we received this year were timely. And the Planning Commission needs to review them and make a recommendation, and the City Council needs to establish the final docket before the end of the year. There's 5 criteria established in the code that need to be used to evaluate which proposals can be moved forward for the final docket. The first proposal has to do with whether the matter is appropriately addressed through the comprehensive plan or the code. The second criterion is whether or not the city can provide the resources, including staff or budget, necessary to review the proposal, or those resources can be provided by the applicant. Third criterion is the proposal does not raise policy or land use issues that would be more appropriately addressed in an ongoing work program. The fourth criteria is that the proposal will serve the public interest by implementing specifically identified goals of the comprehensive plan or a new approach supporting the city's vision. And 5, the essential elements of the proposal and proposed outcome have not been considered by the City Council in the last 3 years. All right, I wanted to comment on criteria 2 in a little bit more depth. There are a number of items already on our work plan going into 2024 that are either carrying over from work we began this year or have been identified based on state legislative requirements that have come up over the last year. So as you all know, we are continuing to work on the comprehensive plan, and that's due for completion by the end of 2024. The Planning Commission will be working in depth throughout the first half and potentially longer into the third quarter of the year, depending how quickly we can get through everything. So that will be taking up a huge chunk of our time next year. Secondly, there's a number of housing related bills that passed the state legislature last year that are requiring us to do a number of code amendments related to residential uses, namely House Bill 1110 and House Bill 1337, which relate to middle housing and ADUs. And those code amendments need to be completed by June 30th, 2025. So we will be picking those up as soon as the Planning Commission concludes its work on the comprehensive plan later next year. So adding to that, any items that are docketed need to remain on the docket until a decision is made. We cannot add something to the docket and then later decide, oh, we changed our mind. We don't really want to continue reviewing that. There's no way to take something off the docket other than to do a legislative review of the item and make a decision about whether or not to make the amendment. Okay, so proposed amendment 18, the actual proposal is quite simple. It is to redesignate the SJCC's property into the commercial office designation, as well as rezone it to commercial office on the zoning map. These are strictly map changes. There's no changes to development regulations proposed. It would just remap that property into the commercial office designation and zone. The property in question is already located adjacent to that zone, so this would really be just expanding the zone to include the property. And if this amendment were to be approved, it would allow more intense development on the subject property under the existing development regulations for commercial office, namely MICC 1904 and 1912. Okay, back to the docketing criteria. I want to talk a little bit more about these. you may have picked up on docketing criteria 1, 3, and 5 are what I would call threshold questions. You know, can this item pass these 3 and then it can move forward? So the first one is about, can it be appropriately addressed by the comp plan or the code? Yes, this is the proper way to go about this kind of redesignation and rezone. Number 3, it's a little bit awkwardly worded. The proposal does not raise policy or land use issues that are more appropriately addressed by an ongoing work program. No, this does not have to do with an ongoing work program that's been approved by the city council. So it is appropriate to raise it this way. And 5, this proposal has not been considered in the last 3 years. Correct. We have not considered a rezone or redesignation of this property in the last 3 years. So I believe that docket criteria 1, 3, and 5 have been met. The commission can discuss whether or not you agree with that assessment as part of your deliberations. And then I wanted to talk about criteria 2 and 4, which I believe are not quite as clear cut. They're very broad criteria with, you know, more of a gray area and more room for discernment and, you know, relying on the judgment of the commission. So number 2 is about, can the city provide the resources, including staff and budget, necessary to review this proposal? As I've already said, we are fairly short on resources. We have a lot on our work plan already. We have a limited staff. It's not to say we can't do anything at all additional. We probably could do something, but as you know, there's a number of proposals on the docket before you this evening. And really the commission needs to make a decision about how to prioritize the limited resources that we have and which of these proposals would be the most important to proceed in the near term. And then moving to number 4, the proposal will serve the public interest by implementing specifically identified goals of the comprehensive plan or a new approach supporting the city's vision. I read this carefully because I think the words here are important. It's not saying that the proposal should implement the comprehensive plan or align with the comprehensive plan, but it talks about specific identified goals. So to me, that means they wouldn't have to align or be consistent with the comp plan as a whole. Rather, it could look for specific goals within the plan. And likewise with the city's vision. So again, I think this criteria is very broad. It's very open to the commission to use your judgment to, you know, make your call on whether you feel this is in the public interest and whether it would align with identified goals or the city's vision. I think, okay, I have one more process slide and then I'll wrap up. So to consider this amendment tonight, we'd like you to go through a few steps. So we have the 5 criteria and we want you to look at each of those criteria one by one and make a motion indicating whether that criterion has been met. The motion can be discussed. You could consider additional proposed amendments, if any. Oh, I forgot to remove this bullet point here. I'm sorry, there's a little bit of a carryover from some previous process here. So let's just disregard that 3rd bullet. So we're going to ask the commission to just vote basically yes or no. Has the criterion been met? I will be working after the meeting to prepare a draft written recommendation for the chair to review and sign. I will, within that, work to capture the rationale and the reasoning that the commissioners have discussed as part of their deliberations. So we don't need you to indicate whether there's a consensus or not around those. I think just be as clear as you can in your statements and comments, and we'll do our best to capture that, and then the chair can review and confirm that in the written recommendation. The intent here is just to provide some of that rationale to the city council so that they can understand the reasoning behind your findings of whether these criteria were met or not. Okay, that's all I've got for this presentation.
Okay, thank you, Allison. you anticipated some of my questions about 1, 3, and 5. And what I'm hearing from you is that this is the appropriate process to move the applicant's request forward. It's not part of the ongoing work program, and it's not been addressed in the last 3 years by City Council.
Yes, that is my analysis, and feel free to discuss whether or not the commission agrees with that.
Okay. Okay, so our job is now to address the individual criteria, so we have a clear record on whether they're satisfied. It looks like we have a question or a hand raised from the Assistant City Attorney. Let's hear what she has to say.
Hello, Chair and Council and Planning Commission. This is just a friendly reminder that on a procedural note that rebuttal, if any, is next on the agenda before questions and deliberations.
That's correct. That's correct. So do we have any rebuttal from the applicant?
I would love to say one thing. Would you mind if I share my screen real quick? It's just the code. I just am gonna, okay. Make sure it's the code. Share. Okay. I just wanted to thank you. I actually, it's not really rebuttal. I just want to make sure that the commission sees the criterion 2, which is the city can provide the resources. I think you can see my cursor, including staff and budget necessary to review the proposal, or resources can be provided by an applicant for an amendment. So I know that rezone requests do require, SEPA review and potentially traffic studies and those types of things. The applicant is definitely prepared to do all of those things and provide those resources. So we just wanted to make that clear that that we are standing at the ready. Obviously, you've heard from the community how important this is since we've been at this for quite a long time. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Let me see how I can unshare. Hold on. I have to get out of here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, did you do it for me? Thank you.
Allison, do you have any further comments in respect to that?
I'll just concur with what Ms. Clausen just said. It is true that permit fees from those applications would help to cover some of the costs of city staff work in reviewing this proposal if it were to be docketed.
Yeah, I think the other point she's making, which is something I'm quite familiar with, is that typically the SEPA review and the traffic studies and things of that nature would be done by the applicant usually with consultants that are qualified and certified to do those things. So that would not be something that staff would be doing. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Okay, so as I understand our process now, if we have additional questions, now's our time to ask them of the applicant or of the staff. Carolyn.
Okay, I would like to ask the city staff about the concept of a proposed amendment having to do with a new city vision. What does that mean? Does the city have any new visions that pertain to this particular application?
The way I interpret that is that it's actually referring to the city's vision in the comprehensive plan. And so if there's a new idea that aligns with that existing vision, that could also be acceptable.
Okay.
So it may not align with one of the comp plan policies, but if it aligns with that vision.
So it's a new idea that aligns with an existing. Okay. Yeah. All right. Oops. Thank you.
Victor.
So
we heard from a few members of the public about previous litigation. And we've been instructed that we can only consider docketing criteria here and not the merits of this proposal. My question, I think, is for the assistant city attorney, which is, and it could also be for Allison, is the cost and resources associated with litigation and I should say potential litigation, is that a consideration for docketing criteria number 2?
Well, I think I'll defer I can speak to the code, and while I pull that up, though, I'll defer to the deputy CPD director to let her speak to whether or not that has been in fact included in staff's recommendation.
We did not consider potential litigation in our analysis and staff report. I mean, my read of the criteria was that this is just related to the review of the proposed amendments and not anything beyond that in terms of litigation or appeals. But I'll defer to Eileen if she has a different interpretation there.
I've pulled up the code, and criteria 2, again, I think Deputy CPD Director has it correct, because the code indicates that the city can provide the resources, including staff and budget, necessary to review the proposal, or resources can be provided by an applicant for an amendment. So I think the code here is indicating that it's looking at review costs and not potential litigation costs.
Adam, do you have a question or comment?
Yes, I do. That wasn't Commissioner Hughes ahead of me, though.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure who was on first.
Have you recognized, Chair?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he was deferring to you. I was just going to let you go.
Thank you, Adam. Yeah, so I have a couple questions. I read through after we received the packet, the comments, and I am familiar with the history of this site. And the question I have is, I guess it's for the city attorney, and this relates to something raised by Robert Medved in his email on November 14th, related to site-specific rezoning. And I'm hoping to get this question out there before we start debating as commissioners and get the attorney's opinion on this. My read is the same as what the staff had proposed, but I want to know if the staff had an attorney interpretation of that. My understanding is because JCC is adjacent to a commercial zone, and because there are multiple parcels, it's not a single parcel, that it wouldn't be a site-specific rezone. Can the attorney comment on that? Do they agree with the staff interpretation?
So I will comment limitedly, but I think it's important for the commission to focus on the docket criteria tonight. We're not looking at the merits. We are looking at the eventual rezone, right? We are just looking at the 5 criteria for the final docket. Does this meet the 5 criteria or not? And that's it. The rest of the process, if this gets advanced to the final docket, then those the merits of the proposal would be taken at that time. But this is just a very first step. We're looking at whether or not to recommend to commission or to council that this go on the final docket. So you're just looking at those 5 criteria. You're not looking at whether this is a site-specific rezone at this time, just those 5 criteria. I hope that helps.
I'm not sure that was. Okay. I thought this was related to criteria number 2, which is,
That's
oh no, not criteria number 2. Criteria, sorry. So we're not evaluating whether or not it's consistent with state law, reviewing whether or not it's consistent with the 5 criteria. So the issue raised by the gentleman was an issue of state law. So we're not interpreting state law through this process.
If this were to be docketed and we were to undertake a full review of this proposal, next year or at some point in the future, we will do a full analysis of those kinds of questions, and that information would be provided in a staff report at that time. Right now, though, we're really trying to, keep a hard line on those questions about whether or not this proposal is a good idea, if there's legal problems with the proposal, et cetera, and just look at the 5 criteria for docketing and decide whether this should get further consideration.
Okay, so if I'm hearing correctly, then that comment is not part of our criteria. So I just wanted to make that clear because I think it's an important point, and I agree with the staff interpretation on that point, and it's raised in the application. So yeah, I'll leave it at that. That's my major question.
Adam.
Great. Yeah, thank you for recognizing me. A question also on number 2, hopefully for the city, but possibly for the city attorney. Following up on Victor's or Commissioner Rashish's question kind of made me start thinking, if we were to remove the appositive phrase, including staff and budget, I read criteria 2 says the city can provide the resources necessary to review the proposal. Later in the staff report, staff discusses, planning commission, city council, and community bandwidth. Are we to interpret that the city providing the resources necessary for reviewing the proposal includes the bandwidth of the commission, city council, and the community?
I think it certainly includes the commission and the city council. These bodies are part of the city, and I think one of the bottlenecks for all of our work is actually, getting before the commission and the council for review. So, even if we were to add staff positions, if we were to add 5 staff positions, I think there would still be a bottleneck in terms of the amount of time the commission can meet and the number of items you can review.
Okay. Got it. And just for the record, because this is proposed amendment 18, just clarifying that means there are 17 other amendments proposed, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Victor.
I'm gonna follow up with Vice Chair Raghab's question on number 2. I think what I'm hearing, what I'm hearing from the staff on number 2 is a little bit ambiguous. And again, because I have to make a decision on this and whether it meets the docketing criteria, I don't know what staff resources are. And on one hand, I see low priority. I don't know what that means with regard to, are there staff resources or not? And then elsewhere in the presentation, I think both verbal and in the presentation itself, I heard it's a relatively simple change. And so I need a definitive answer because I have to make a decision here on whether this meets the criteria or not. And I don't have the data to make that decision. I don't know what low priority means. And so I need some help here understanding, can the city provide the resources necessary to review the proposal?
So the city has a finite amount of resources. I think anyone would agree that. We have some of those resources already committed to existing projects. There's a small increment, perhaps, that's not committed. that's available. It could be used for this project. It could be used for a number of other projects. I think part of the exercise tonight is to determine which of those things rise to the top, so to speak, and are a top priority to use that small increment of resources. I can't tell you, yes, it should be this project. The other ones aren't as important. This one's the most important. That's in fact the purpose of the commission, is to weigh in on those from, a resident standpoint, a layperson standpoint. What do you, as someone who lives in Mercer Island, think is the most important?
Well, but given
I can
the
tell you
fact
what
that-
I intended with the low, moderate, and high ratings. Maybe a little more background on that would be slightly helpful. So there were 2 items that I rated as high priority. We'll get into this later in the evening. Those are mandated by state legislation and law. We have to do them on a certain timeline and adopt the amendments by a certain date to be in compliance with GMA. That is why they were rated high. The moderate items were items that the city staff team as a whole has identified as important because of, either legal or financial risks if we did not take that action relatively soon. And then the lower rated items are items that, they could be great ideas, they could be good amendments, they could be really positive changes to the code, but there's not as much urgency or time pressure to get them done now.
So if we did all the high priority items, which are mandated by law, is there enough room? Is there enough resources to deal with this?
Potentially. I think, like I said earlier, from a technical perspective, this is a simple change, but I don't think that means it's a simple thing to do, politically, and in terms of what this means for the community. Clearly, there's going to be a lot of interest and feedback. We've already seen that this evening. And I don't think this could necessarily move through the commission at a super fast pace. I think the commission will likely want to have time to hear that public feedback and consider this matter carefully.
So I'll come back. I don't want to monopolize the time.
Kate.
Yeah, I wanted to, is this just for questions or is this for comments as well?
Well, really
I'm
primarily
gonna go ahead and comment.
questions to the applicant or to staff.
So I disagree with the staff's categorization of this particular item as low priority. I do think there is financial risk to the city of not considering docketing this item. The JCC is one of the larger employers in the city, and this commission continues to discuss the need to increase commercial opportunities. And if we can't address this zoning problem, I mean, they've exhausted all other options. They have tried all other options, and they are left solely with this option. That's been made pretty clear by both proponents and people against this proposal. So I think there's a significant financial risk to the city of losing a large employer. I also think, Deputy Director indicated, there's some political will here. And if there's political will for this item, it will be very easy. And if there's not, it will not be easy. And that's not a decision that we get to make. That's a decision the elected officials get to make. So I think that as a commission, we should be generous with that item and assume it's possible there will be political will. I also think the new state laws are relevant here because the new state laws mandate that we find ways to get middle housing. And the J is presenting an item on the table to provide some senior housing in that missing middle as part of this proposal. And I think that is part of the political calculus here. So in my judgment, there's a financial risk to the city of losing a major employer. And there's a risk of losing a potential middle housing project that someone else is paying for. So for those reasons, I would propose that the staff analysis of this as a low priority is unfair. I certainly think because of those reasons I mentioned, it should be moderate and perhaps above some of the other individual line items related to the residential development, which already has a work program. I just wanted to state that, and I'd be curious as to what the city thinks of those comments, because I do think there's significant financial risk and risk to an opportunity cost to losing that middle house.
Are you looking for a comment on that from me?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if you considered those factors. I think they're very important, and I don't hear them being articulated, and I'm concerned that those risks, you know, everything we do in the comp plan is a trade-off. Everything's a trade-off. And you know, when you're developing criteria for judging whether something's high, medium, low, you're including a certain amount of trade-offs. And I don't think those trade-offs were evaluated appropriately for this project. So I'd be curious just what the city staff think about that. I don't know if you need to answer it or not.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I can answer or address that comment, but you know, I think we probably couldn't accurately account for opportunity costs of not doing this or doing this. It's hard, you know, it's hard to know like exactly how things will play out if this doesn't happen. You know, I think there are likely real opportunity costs. It's just hard to account for them. And I don't think I've accurately done that. And I mean, the low, medium, high is obviously kind of a blunt instrument. So it's not a super nuanced analysis.
Carolyn, you're on mute.
I have many things to say in regards to the staff's answer as to whether criterion are met, but I do feel that we're kind of having a conversation that is more evaluating staff's interpretation of whether the criteria are met. So I would like to suggest a process so that if we're going to deliberate, that we are truly deliberating and everyone can feel they can jump in on this matter. Now, I would start by offering a motion that we consider the staff's interpretation of the criteria being met for numbers 1, 3, and 5, and get those off of the table, and then zero in on the other criterion one at a time, and make a motion, and then deliberate as to whether we agree with the staff's interpretation.
Okay, Carolyn, let's hold. I agree with that. Let's hold that thought. I want to make sure that Victor doesn't have another question.
Okay. All right.
So I just wanted to go back to my earlier question to Allison. It sounded like based on your previous answer that once this is docketed, this will come back to the Planning Commission at some point where we will discuss the merits of the proposal.
Yes, if it's docketed.
Can you just outline what this process looks like?
Yeah, I mean, in some ways it's similar to any code amendment that the Planning Commission would review, right? Like things get docketed and then we bring it to you for what we call a legislative review. We usually have 2, 3, sometimes more meetings where, you know, the staff prepare a staff report, we prepare a draft amendment, and the commission reviews and discusses and refines the draft. This is a little different because it's quasi-judicial and it's a rezone and a comp plan amendment. So there are different sets of criteria for each of those actions for a rezone and for a comp plan amendment that would need to be evaluated. And so that the staff will do a full analysis of those criteria, and, you know, the staff report that comes to the commission would include all that information so that you all can evaluate whether those criteria are being met and whether these amendments to the zoning and land use maps could be made.
So we will discuss the Planning Commission will discuss the merits of this and make a recommendation at some point. Were this to be docketed.
Correct.
All right.
Okay, any further questions? Now, Carolyn, you've made a motion. It's been seconded to with regard to items or criteria 1, 3, and 5. Do you want to restate your motion?
Sure. I move that the commission concur with the staff's conclusion that criteria 1, 3, and 5 are met.
That's been seconded by Commissioner Hughes. Any further discussion of that? Victor?
If this motion passes, are we still able to ask questions of the city attorney and city staff during our discussion?
Oh, I would think so regarding 2 and 3.
Yes.
Or 2 and yeah,
2 and 4.
2 and 4. Excuse me.
Yeah.
I don't see any reason why we couldn't unless somebody tells me differently. Hearing no negative comments from staff or council, let's proceed with the roll call.
Commissioner Gills,
Aye.
Chair Murphy,
Aye.
Commissioner Bottazo,
Aye.
Commissioner Vice Chair Regab.
Aye.
Commissioner Rashis,
Aye.
Commissioner Hughes,
Aye.
Commissioner Boatsman.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Let's move on. Do we now have a motion? Or first of all, do we have any, let's go to this. Do we have a motion for criteria number 2, the resource criteria?
Could we get it up on the screen so we can see it?
Okay.
Don't we want to see the staff's answer to this? Not the criteria themselves, but staff's conclusion. That's what we took a vote on in my understanding.
Okay, I need to find the staff report in that case. I don't
Okay.
have it on the slide.
Okay, thank you.
Give me a minute. Okay.
Commissioner accused, are you seeking to make a motion?
I am seeking to make a motion. Thank you for recognizing me, Chair. I'd like to make a motion to not accept the staff low prioritization of this item. And I think this should be I think it does meet the criteria and should be a moderate priority. And I don't know that our job is to say whether or not it meets the criteria.
Correct.
But this process has been shifted a little bit to say, what is the priority? At least that's how the staff's interpreted it. So I want to reject this statement and say that it meets the criteria and is a moderate priority.
Yeah, I don't know, based on what our job is, we can accept or reject or take it for whatever value we give it, the staff's recommendation. But what we are doing is deciding whether this criteria has been met. And what I have heard is that that staff will have some resources. I firmly believe that if the city council wants to pass this forward, they'll provide the necessary resources. And the applicant can also provide the resources. And staff has said this is, for this part of the process, it's really a small item. So frankly, I think meeting criteria 2 is a bit of a no-brainer.
So then can I propose the motion that we say that the docket proposal passes criteria 2?
Yes, I think that's all we need.
I'll
to say.
second that.
Okay, moved and seconded. I think Carolyn was first. Commissioner Battazo, you had your hand up.
I think I also just wanted to point out in the conversation around docketing criteria number 2 that it's both a measure of whether the city can provide the resources or if the resources can be provided by the applicant. And since it's been clearly stated that the applicant will provide resources, it appears that this amendment request does meet docket criteria 2.
Victor.
So I take issue with the chair's comment that this is kind of a low effort activity. The thing that I pointed out earlier, and what I'm really struggling with is, yes, they said that this is a low effort activity, and they also said this is a large project that will require time, considerable time for review. And I haven't, I'm still trying to reconcile that, and I haven't heard a really adequate response on what the reconciliation is in terms of, is this a light lift or is this a heavy lift? The other part of this, which I believe was brought up earlier, is, well, we got to evaluate kind of all the other docketed items. Well, because this is the first docketed item, we actually don't know kind of what the additional lift will be. Is if we say, yes, we have the resources for this, does this mean we don't have the resources for anything else? I'm a little bit frustrated with the conflicting message that we're getting, because again, we're only looking at docketing criteria, and we're getting a very, at least I'm getting a very strong mixed message here.
Carolyn.
I guess this is what the problem is with the planning commission trying to use a criteria that's really appropriate for a city council. A planning commission is not in a position to say how resources can be used, but the city council can decide about the commitment of resources and will decide. But to change their current vision of how they're going to spend resources in the coming year, they can do that. And we can't. So as far as the planning commission having some extra work to do, we meet at the direction of the city council. That's another thing they can decide. If they want us to have a couple of extra meetings to deal with something, that's their call. So yeah, I think this needs to be, it's very difficult for us to call this, but we have to bump it up to the city council. And for a full service city to say to an applicant as important to this community, such a remarkable organization, such a well-used organization, we don't quite have the bandwidth or the time to deal with your zoning request this year. I just consider that to be, you know, beyond the pale.
Yeah, Carolyn, I share that concern. Having done land use law for 40 plus years, I've never experienced a situation doing a rezone where the municipality said, well, we just don't have time. I question whether that would be valid, but I don't think we have to decide that issue because I think there's ample evidence already discussed and presented that the criteria has been met. And if there needs to be some juggling of resources by the authority that has, or the entity that has the authority to do that, then that they will do it. And I think criteria 2 has clearly been met.
And what was that? How is the motion worded again that we have on deck?
Am I being asked to state that again? Or are you asking?
I don't know. I'm
the clerk to.
Yeah, maybe the clerk. I just not quite sure where we're at here. What and the motion that was made, even though I seconded it. So
my recollection was it was revised somewhat by Commissioner Hughes to simplify it to just simply say that criteria 2 has been satisfied, which is where we should be at given our process and our portfolio.
okay, yeah, that sounds good.
Chair, that's different than what I have, so I just want to clarify that Commissioner Accuse's motion was that I'm going to have you restate the motion because I have 3 different thoughts going on here. What the motion is.
The motion was to say that docket proposal 18 passes criteria number 2.
Thank you.
Carolyn, are you happy with that as a
Yes,
second?
I concur with that statement.
Can you call the roll, please, Deb?
Yeah, Accused made a motion, second by Boatsman, that docket proposal 18 passes criterion 2. Vice Chair Brigham,
Aye.
Commissioner Bottazo,
Aye.
Commissioner Rashis.
Abstain.
I'm sorry,
Abstain.
Commissioner Gels,
Aye.
Commissioner Boatsman,
Aye.
Chair Murphy,
Aye.
and Commissioner Accused.
Aye.
Motion passes 6 to not 1, I guess, 6-0-1. Sound like a tie in soccer. Okay. Now we move on to the somewhat more complicated element of this, the criteria number 4. First of all, do we have any questions lingering for either staff or the applicant regarding criteria 4? Commissioner Gels, do you have a question or are you?
I was going to make the motion, but I will defer if you want to entertain questions.
Yeah, let's see if make sure there's no more questions. Victor, do you have a question or are you?
I do.
Okay.
So on number 4, kind of as what we see on the screen as presented by staff, the way I'm reading it is it's a jump ball. There's stuff in the comp plan that says it doesn't meet the criteria, and there's stuff that says it does. I'm wondering, I'm asking the city attorney, in the case of a jump ball, Which do you defer to?
So this is a criteria that I think the CPD, Deputy CPD Director laid out correctly, is that the comprehensive plan is full of lots of goals. Sometimes those goals, they're wide ranging, right? And as the commissioner has pointed out, it could support multiple conclusions. So this is going to be somewhat of a more subjective criteria. And so it is not my role to put my thumb on the scale. This is something, frankly, just that the commission is going to have to wrestle with and deliberate about and come to a conclusion based on the record evidence tonight.
So, and given the fact that we can only consider docketing criteria, we can't consider merits. What is it that we need to base the decision on? We can't talk about merits, and we've got a jump ball or a tie on the criteria itself.
I don't know that I would, first of all, I don't know that I would classify it necessarily as a jump ball or a tie. What I would say is that the comprehensive plan, as I understand staff's position, is that comprehensive plan goals could support multiple outcomes as to whether or not criteria number 4 has been met. So again, this is just going to be the role of the commission to look at the various goals in the comprehensive plan and make a decision for themselves, again, based on the record, again, for the docket criteria. That's what you're looking at, is the docket criteria. And you've made a decision on all 5. So you're just looking at this one here, whether the proposal will serve the public interest by implementing specifically identified goals of the comprehensive plan or a new approach supporting the city's vision.
Victor, I'd also make another point following on the city attorney's point, and that is criterion 4 doesn't say our job is to balance the competing goals. It simply says, does it meet specifically identified goals of the comp plan? In my experience, and as you know from the work on the economic development plan and others, there are oftentimes conflicting goals. And because in the nature of things, the city, like people, have conflicting goals.
Yep.
So the point here is that the applicant has presented goals of the comp plan that it meets in its application. That's the question, not whether there might be another goal or policy that is not so much in favor of that direction. Commissioner Battazzo.
Just a clarifying, reinforcing question. We are allowed to use the applicant's application in our considerations. That's correct?
No, absolutely, yes.
So if I'm reading the 12 pages submitted by the applicant, that includes a fairly detailed assessment of how they believe the docket would actually meet the needs within the established comp plan. I'm assessing my docket criteria based on their presentation of whether or not they have told me that their application meets those needs, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Do I have a motion on criterion 4?
I will move that we consider that criterion 4 is met.
Second.
Second. Okay, it's been moved and seconded by Commissioner Boatman and Commissioner Gales. Do we have any further discussion of criterion 4, whether that is met by the application?
Yes, I would like to explain, why I made the motion, if I may.
You
Is that
may.
right? Okay, so goal 17, with the exception of allowing residential, well, you can read it, of course. This is a very vague statement. It's been interpreted by staff to say that there's discouragement of changing residential to commercial zoning, but I don't read this phrase to say that. I don't know what it says, but I don't think it says that. So for example, if you look at this, so with the exception of allowing residential development, okay, that's saying it's okay to allow residential development in the commercial area. We already know that. Okay, then comma, commercial designations shall not change. Just take that part of the sentence first. Commercial designations will not change. Well, we're not changing a commercial designation. We're talking about changing a residential designation. Okay, so I think that's irrelevant. And then it says permitted uses under current zoning will not change. This does not change permitted uses. So my feeling is that this proposal is not in disagreement at all with goal 17. It's even more firmly in agreement with policy 17.4, which says that our development regulation should reflect the desire to retain viable and healthy social, etc. If we want to retain, if we want to retain the J, our code would need to support that. And so this change would support it.
Any further discussion or comments? Adam.
Yeah, this is, I think it was interesting. I'll just spew thoughts that I've had. Is an interesting thing that Commissioner Ashish mentioned about a jump ball, and I see, yeah, this is a tough one. I think it in one part of the application by the J, they said, oh, if we leave, it could be replaced by 36 houses, 50 duplexes, 125 quads, which that meets a goal. So I really think, this one comes down to, do we want to encourage additional housing and density, or do we want to preserve existing sense of community? You could make the case for either meets the comp plan. I'll be supporting this. I think I'm going to say preserve sense of community over additional housing and density. So yeah, that jump ball got me thinking.
Okay. Any other thoughts? Deb, you want to call the roll on that one?
Commissioner Accuse,
Aye.
Commissioner Bozeman,
Aye.
Commissioner Ashish,
Aye.
Chair Murphy,
Aye.
Commissioner Batazzo,
Aye.
Vice Chair Ragup,
Aye.
and Commissioner Gills.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Criterion 4 is met. I believe that takes care of all the criteria that we need to address on number 18. And with that, I believe we conclude the category of special business for the night. Our next item will be public appearances for Carolyn.
My understanding from looking at our instructions were that once we agreed on that it met the criteria, we still needed a motion to recommend the docket item to the council. So if that's true, I will make the motion that we recommend this docket item, that item 18 be docketed for the 2024 work plan.
Second.
I think the assistant, I think that was.
If you're looking for input from me.
That was in the considered possibly something that needed to be done. We can do that to close the loop on this, to make it real clear.
Yeah, I don't think you necessarily have to do it, but I think that, the motion's been made and it's seconded, you voted on all 5 criteria, you might as well tie it up with a bow and make it nice and neat.
Yeah. Okay. Deb, do you want to call the roll again?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Rashis,
Abstain.
Commissioner Botzman,
Aye.
Vice Chair Riggan,
Aye.
Commissioner Batazzo,
Aye.
Chair Murphy,
Aye.
Commissioner Accuse,
Aye.
and Commissioner Gills.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0 with one abstention. And for a recommendation to accept docket item 18 for the comprehensive plan amendments next year, excuse me. Okay. Now, the next line of business is public appearances for just in general. And then I guess the question is, are we taking public appearances now for the remaining 17 docket items? Not the applicant for 3 minutes, but the public comments. I believe the agenda is and if the assistant city attorney wants to weigh in on that, or let me know how they want to do that.
Or it's my understanding that public comments is now for the remaining 17 docket items that the commissioner will be considering tonight.
Okay. So has anyone signed up for appearances that wishes to address the commission?
There, I have 3 individuals that have signed up.
Okay.
I have Kristen Orndorff, Jackie Hartman, and Dan Thompson.
Okay, let's proceed. So tonight's agenda will include remote public appearances via Zoom. Individuals wishing to address the commission may do so in person, by Zoom, or by telephone, provided they have registered with the deputy city clerk by 4 p.m. today. When it's your turn to speak, you will be called by name. Remarks must be addressed to the commission as a whole, not to individual commissioners or staff. Please speak audibly, state your name and city of residence for the record, and you will be limited to 3 minutes as before. When your time is ended, I will thank you for your comments and move to the next speaker. So staff, please promote the first speaker. Kristen, I think you're on.
Am I on? Oh, sorry. Good evening.
Yep.
Hi, my name is Kristen Orndorff. I've been a Mercer Island resident for 31 years, having attended Island Park, IMS, and MIHS. My 3 kids attend Island Park and IMS. As a longtime member of the Mercer Island Country Club and a tennis mom, I'm here to ask you to support the club's code amendment docket request this evening so we can bring back our tennis bubble. As a former member of the Mercer Island Planning Commission, I appreciate your dedication to land use and understanding the issues unique to community organizations like the Mercer Island Country Club. Envisioned back in the early 1960s, the original country club facilities consisted of a swimming pool and 4 outdoor tennis courts. The club was built on 5.5 acres by the developer of the adjacent South End Shopping Center and single-family residences, as an integral element of the subdivision aptly titled Mercer Island Country Club Estates. In 1967, the country club became a member-owned nonprofit and has remained that way to this day. The Mercer Island Country Club is zoned residential, like other island community organizations with non-residential structures and uses in residential zones. The club predates the conditional use permit process and most versions of our development code, yet it has always been able to exist within single-family zoning with reasonable changes and responsible growth. I grew up playing tennis at the Mercer Island Country Club and for the Mercer Island High School girls varsity team. My first job was coaching tennis at the Mercer Island Country Club. Today, my 3 kids play juniors tennis at the Mercer Island Country Club, where they are coached by current and former MIHS players. This year marks the 60th anniversary of Mercer Island High School girls tennis. The team was formed in 1963, around the time the Mercer Island Country Club opens its doors, and 10 years prior to the enactment of Title IX. As a team, the girls have won 34 state championships. In 2005, the entire girls program was inducted into the Washington State Hall of Fame. A key obstacle we face is the accessibility of tennis courts when it rains. High school girls tennis is a spring sport, though the season technically begins in winter, February 27th of this year. The Mercer Island School District is unable to provide an indoor alternative when it rains. So the Mercer Island Country Club tries to fill that void free of charge. When there is rain during playoffs in May, the country club provides free courts to all the boys and girls playing in the Kingo League and Sea King District tournaments. The Mercer Island High School girls tennis team has a storied history, one that is deeply entwined with the Mercer Island Country Club. Please help us support these girls and the boys too by supporting a seasonal tennis bubble at the Mercer Island Country Club. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next person on our list is Jackie Hartman and then Dan Thompson.
Can you hear me?
We can now.
Awesome. Hi, my name is Jackie Hartman, and I'm here representing the Mercer Island High School tennis program to support the Mercer Island Country Club proposal. As a coach of the Mercer Island boys and girls tennis teams for the last 8 years, we have had so many practice days, matches that are canceled due to weather, due to air quality, to the point where it's now upwards of about 40%. There are no other options on the island for a plan B in case of the inclement weather, which we just know is part of being in the Northwest. And the Mercer Island Country Club proposal would expand the high school's options and allow us to continue practicing and matches to occur. So thank you for the opportunity to share our support for Mercer Island Country Club, and my appreciation for what you all do is greater than ever. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dan Thompson.
Hello, can you hear me?
You can. Welcome back, Dan.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm not going to talk about amendments 1 through 5, which are mine, or 12 and 13, because I'll be speaking on behalf of the proponents. Just a couple others. There's Chair Murphy's amendment exhibit 16, amendment 16. I'm afraid that probably has 0 chance of getting approved by the council. Last year, Jeff Thomas said it would require reopening the critical areas ordinance and requested $50,000 from Mayor Anise for that. And I'm sorry, because I actually like the amendment. I mean, you can put it on there again. I want to talk next about the country club and the city. They both have temporary use ordinances, but they're vastly different. And the cities make sense, but not the country clubs, because when you do a temporary use ordinance, here's the factors that you need. It has to be temporary. 6 months a year, 40 weekends a year, that's not temporary. It does not exceed the regulatory limits. Unfortunately, the roof on the tennis courts is like 35 feet. You're going to need an amendment for that, or like the JCC, a special spot zone. There have to be special restrictions on day and night, noise, light, traffic, parking, and so on. And you have to be able to consider the setbacks. So the city is really looking at say, the community center, weddings, things like that. They have enormous setbacks from other properties. That's much different than if you're in a neighborhood and you're within, 5 or 7.5 feet of another property owner. So the other final one is it can't be a type 1 permit without notice to the citizens if it's going to be a temporary use. You have to give them some notice. So those are the technical things I want you to consider when you're looking at this. The other one is the facade height. And this goes back to when we rewrote the residential code in 2017. Builders would dig down or they would build up to create a facade height greater than 30 feet. And that Dan Grouse was the one who really pushed that. He did a good job on that. And Carolyn probably remembers the bloody days. But there was a planner at Mercer Island who suddenly decided that if you used a modulation on the facade, it didn't count. Jeff Thomas came in and correctly issued a formal administrative interpretation and said, no, you're still stuck with the same facade height limit. And then that was adopted. So that's
Okay. Is
Brutal,
that the
brutal
last-
with that hook today.
Yeah. Deb, is there any more comments?
No, sir, that's all I have registered for public appearances.
Okay. So then the first item of regular business is to review and consider the October 25 regular meeting minutes. May I have a motion to approve those minutes?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion or correction of those minutes? Hearing none, I think it's time to call the roll.
Chair Murphy,
Aye.
Vice Chair Rigub,
Aye.
Commissioner Accused,
Stana was not there.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Accused, did you?
She abstained.
She abstained, okay. Commissioner Batazzo,
Aye.
Commissioner Boatsman,
Aye.
Commissioner Gels,
Aye.
and Commissioner Rashi's.
I'm
Thank you.
Motion passes 6-0, one abstention. The minutes are approved. So our second item of regular business is the 2024 annual docket. The legislative side of the docket, proposed amendments 1 to 10 and 12 to 17. Before we start those, this is a natural point for another short break. And so I would like to take about 5 minutes here, and then we can come back and start with plowing through this, and we'll see how far we get. Okay, looks like everybody's here. Let's go back on the record. Deb, are you ready for us to do that?
Yes, sir, we're ready.
Great, thank you. Okay, second item of regular business, the proposed amendments 1 to 10 and 12 to 17 for the docket. We will now ask the project proponents to speak on their proposals. You have 3 minutes. And City Clerk, could you please identify the proponents signed up to speak to their proposals this evening and promote them to speak?
Mr. Dan Thompson will be addressing amendments 1 through 5.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me tonight?
You can.
Okay. Well, I have 5 amendments, so technically I have 15 minutes, and I'm going to see if I can't do it less than 10. I've had these 5 amendments on the docket since 2020. One's been adopted along the way. This is what staff's report says about them. They're moderate priority. I think we can all agree that after adding Amendment 18 to the docket, any type of time or resources is not an issue. You know, I think that can't be an issue through 1 through 17. So staff said the applicant submitted these proposals during 2020, 2021, and 2022. 2022, the council directed the staff to conclude these in the residential development analysis. This was delayed, and then the council directed staff to develop and submit a docket proposal at its May 2023 Planning Commission to essentially include them on the docket, although very few of us really believe that we'll get to the RDS until maybe 2025. So my turn to ask a question. Anyone here know why Salim Neese added these to the docket for 2024 when we're not going to get to the RDS until 2025? It's because of HB 1110, 1220, and 1337. These go directly to when we're going to be having to incorporate those in 2024. It's going to be a massive project, and the efforts, I believe, are going to be to mitigate those effects, especially when it comes to duplexes. Adam has a amendment as well. I think that, you know, that kind of ties into it. So I don't know what to say about it. You recommended them that last year. The whole point of them adding them to the docket and the RDS, but specifically the docket, is they want them to predate the legislature's adoption of 1110, 1220, and 1337. And for those who don't follow 1220 and what came out of the county, that's 3-level chess. That's one of the most interesting provisions, because a lot of people don't understand that we have 1,220 housing targets under the GMPC future growth targets to 2044 to meet, you know, and we can do that. We already have the zoning. King County told us that almost all of them have to be between 0 and 50% average median income. But no builders will build. I mean, what builder is going to build a house or an apartment on Mercer Island for somebody who makes 20% of the average median income? So these are going to be added, you know, anyway. They were always designed for this, 1120, 1110, 1220. So they're going to be put on there, but that is, I'm just giving you a preview what we're probably going to be doing next summer. We're going to be back here in 11:10 and 12:20. And because we're under 25,000 citizens and Tonneson raised the limit to 75,000 for more than a duplex, we're going to be discussing this issue. How do we maintain our current code that incentivizes DADUs and ADUs with no on-site parking and other provisions while preventing duplexes? So I'm just giving you a preview on that. I don't know what to say. It's going to be added to the docket, and we're going to be doing these. I wouldn't be surprised if Adams, whether you guys, want to add it to it or not, I think that's going to be thrown in because I think it's very clever because it goes to the zoning that's north of the light rail station that can go up to a fourplex and doesn't have the parking requirements. So if you have any questions about that, that's all I have to say. I did it in a lot less than 10 minutes.
And we appreciate that. So, Dan, I believe you are now speaking to Matt Goldback's two proposed amendments. Is that correct?
Sure. I will now do that. Let me just turn towards that. So these amendments 12 and 13 were filed, and I really think it was unfair that Amendment 18 was moved to Amendment 1, and you decided it without reviewing and understanding 12 and 13. And the most incredible, not incredible, important document is Administrative Interpretation 22004. And I am guessing not one of you has ever read that document. It was part of the JCC's variance applications last year. Variances don't go in front of the Planning Commission. There was a whole litigation over it. And that document will probably be the primary document at the council when Amendment 18 gets up there because they will have reviewed it and they will see it. So what Amendment 12 and 13 do is 12 is very simple. It simply says under the rezone amendment, you can't rezone residential property. There's a lot of different reasons for it. I was kind of a little surprised that during the Amendment 18, so many people came out and dismissed more housing or more affordable housing. That is the number one issue in this state and this county and the legislature. And we're sitting there saying, oh my God, who wants more housing? I really thought that was weird. So we're going to start with that. You haven't read, and I really wish you had read it before you did your discussion, but we'll do that at the council. But here's the thing about it. It's the first one says you can't change the zoning of residential because we need the housing, we have a housing shortage, and the comprehensive plan and Administrative Interpretation 22004 says that you can't. You can't. The second one comes in and says that a conditional use permit cannot apply to rezone its property. That was the issue last year. The JCC wanted variances to increase its regulatory limits. They hired an outside attorney. Jeff Thomas issued the 22004, and it said based on the overwhelming amount of the comprehensive plan provisions, and I don't think you've gotten to the housing element yet, which is unfortunate. You just can't do it. And that was the point here. All we really wanted to do, I think Matt wanted to do, is codify Administrative Interpretation 22004. And I think that, why don't we include 12 and 13 in the recommendation and send all of this to the council. One of the things that's really, really problematic for me is the way the city's handled this is only the JCC got notice that their comments, public comments, would be made part of the agenda packet. We don't have any. We went to that with a community facility zone, and we appealed that to the Growth Management Hearing Board. And then thousands, once it became irrelevant or known, thousands of comments came in, and it was a nightmare. They had to repeal it and everything. Let's just include all three of them. You know, I thought that the Planning Commission, you guys made a good point. Sometimes I think the council or the city sends some pretty difficult issues, political issues to you, and you're supposed to be like the bad guy or the good guy. And when some of you sat there and said, well, you know, shouldn't the council be either the good or the bad guy and find the resources and do it? That's fair. So let's just send 12 and 13 up there and tell them you got 3 ways to go. I'm guessing that between now and December 5, don't quote me, but I'm thinking that the city manager is going to reopen public comments. This is going to be on Nextdoor. There's going to be a firestorm. So why don't we give the council all the 3 options and sit there and say, just like you guys, it's your choice. Thank you.
Thanks, Sam.
Regan is not on.
Is the next person available, or have we lost that one?
We did have Reagan McClellan on here. She appears to not be online. And
That's a
so
he.
we have Dan Nordale.
Okay. Okay. Go with Dan.
All right, good evening. Me gonna share one slide just as I'm speaking here. See if I can find it. All right. All right, I'll get going. So my name is Dan Nordale. I am a 20-year resident of Mercer Island. I am the treasurer of the Mercer Island Country Club. So I'm going to go fast, going to go through the story, rattle a bunch of stats. So apologies for going really fast. Mercer Island Country Club's a member-owned nonprofit. It's capped at 861 families. That's 3,200 Mercer Island residents. We provide facilities and programming for tennis, swimming, pickleball, fitness, and social activities. Our docket proposal is born out of an acute problem. MICC cannot meet the demand for tennis during rainy months with just 7 indoor courts. We serve 300 fewer kids in our juniors program in the winter than we do in the summer. Tennis is a Title IX star sport with growing participation, split 50-50 between boys and girls, and we're currently forced to turn kids away. We also can't provide indoor pickleball during winter months to meet that massive growth. We tend to increase court availability during a rainy season. 1969 to 1984, MICC had a bubble structure over the northern 4 courts. As you see there, adjacent to Island Crestway and the PPYC property or the Saddle Club, we seek to bring back that same facility in the same location just during rainy months. We've been working with the city since 2018 on this. This is our 3rd effort, the code amendment. We think it's the most constructive path forward. It specifically creates this temporary use structure section in our code, very similar to language in the Bellevue's code. So the city council directed staff to prepare the docket proposal number 10 for temporary structures, naming this project and other business uses. We offer this request to ensure the specific needs of this project are brought forward and to provide budget resources to fund the code work. City staffs commented this is a significant scope of work, but our land use attorneys assure us that the proposed amendment need not result in a large scope of work, and we stand ready to contribute and collaborate to make it efficient. It's a low impact project, low impact to the environment, neighborhood, and city. It reestablishes a previous facility, no new impervious surface, no impact of surrounding trees. It's surrounded and screened by mature trees with no adjacent homes, no public funding, and we've met with all the neighbors with no pushback. So, we appreciate your consideration. We urge your support to advance to final review.
Thank you. So if I read the agenda correctly, I'm next.
That's correct.
Okay. So the Mercer Island Code 1907-180C6 imposes a 45-foot setback on piped watercourses. That includes many underground storm mains that are on private property, streets, and driveways. The 45-foot setback makes many properties undevelopable or unimprovable, as shown on the city GIS maps that I included in my proposal. Last year, I sought to eliminate the setback. This body recommended, I believe, unanimously inclusion of the final docket, but it was not included by the city council, apparently due to a request for $50,000, which I'm going to look into. So this year I propose to just reduce the 45 feet to 10 feet and 5 feet on narrow lots. I've included an exemption for homeowners with an existing residence that are unable to make improvements within the building footprint or within 5 feet, and included provisions to preserve restrictions on existing storm easements. The 45-foot setback for watercourses was meant to incentivize homeowners to daylight storm mains, but the 31 maps that accompany my proposal confirm that most of those pipe sections can never be daylighted. And anyway, when you read the provisions, there's no real incentive to daylight storm mains. Daylighting reduces the setback to 15 feet, but only if no additional buffer is added to neighboring properties. But when you daylight a storm main, you create a stream, which creates a 60-foot buffer, which is actually worse than the original 45-foot setback. And these changes will not impair the function of our storm water system. It does not adversely impact any other codes or critical areas ordinance, and will allow our neighbors to effectively utilize our home. It's important to note that the existing provisions are not consistent with other state and local laws. The staff report says the 45-foot setback was based on best available science, but points to nothing to support that claim. There is no best available science relating to 45-foot setbacks from storm mains. If there were, other cities would have comparable regulations. The staff report also mentions the Shoreline Management Act, but storm mains are not shorelines of the state. I realize staff has a lot on their plate. This is not a large project. I've already done the work for them. And the notion this is a low priority, I find amusing when you compare it to the other priority indications for the city proposed code changes, which are all moderate. They don't have any constituency. There aren't any affected people. Minor, there are. Thank you. Adam, I think you're up.
Can you see a screen or a slide?
Yes, I can.
Okay. All right. I will start going. So this is my presentation on proposed amendment number 17. Just to be clear, for the next 3 minutes, I'll be speaking as a citizen of Mercer Island and not a commission member. So my proposed code revision is highlighted in yellow. It adds a section to 190220G. In short, we have single family dwellings outside of the town center area have parking requirements, but anything that's not a single family dwelling, there's nothing to account for that. House Bill 1110 will bring more than just single family dwellings. So it's going to create a massive hole in our city code. You could park 8 cars in it if you're close enough to the light rail. So I propose adding parking minimums for residential dwelling units under a certain number, kind of tied into Dan Thompson's Amendment 5. If that lowers it from 3,000 to 2,000, then this ought to also lower that. And if it's above that threshold, then circle back to 1902-20G2A. This is an easy fix. I respectfully disagree with staff's evaluation. Proposed Amendment 9, which refers to what's going to cause this hole, is listed as high. And I think, I'm saying down here, before we adopt House Bill 1110, we ought to adopt this, as Dan Thompson also articulated. And his Amendment 5 is very tied to this, the 3,000 versus 2,000, and that's a moderate. So I respectfully and strongly disagree with the staff evaluation. This is easy, time critical. This gets 8 vehicles off the side of the road potentially for every lot in many cases. Parking is a safety and equity issue. Since I submitted the docket proposal, I've been thinking more and listening, most importantly. And yeah, it's of course a public health and safety issue, right? Bikers, pedestrians, other cars. This is a view from 16th Avenue in Seattle in Capitol Hill. We live 2 blocks away from this before moving to Mercer Island. Different here is though they have sidewalks. We don't. They have less trees. We have more trees. And Mercer Island neighborhoods pride themselves on these narrow, quiet streets with dense plantings. We need to preserve the safety. And it's an equity issue too. Families, lower and middle income people who actually need cars to get around, it's an equity issue. And also people, if they're using a disabled parking permit, parking is a big deal. Those are quotes I've heard from listening to others. It's also environmentally friendly. It encourages EV adoption. Curbside charging, expensive, slow, falls on the cities. This guarantees spot availability, so it's reliable and convenient. Reduces greenhouse gas emissions, reduces non-point pollution from leaking fluids, and covered stalls are a great solar opportunity. So this is a common sense code addition, fixes a big hole, serves the public interest, improves public health and safety, and equity and accessibility. Thank you.
So I think now we move on to the staff report. Allison, do you want to present that? I believe you're going to also present some of the ones that have not been spoken to already. 7, 8, 9, and 10, I believe.
Yes, I will speak to those city proposals. I'm going to try to move through this pretty quickly. I've got around 20 slides, but a lot of them are things that have already been covered in one way or the other. So I'll try to move through them as quick as I can. So these first couple of slides I presented as part of special business as well. I will just skim over them. This is the annual docket, our chance to review proposals from the community. The procedures are the same. All of these proposals were timely. They were received before October 1st. The criteria for reviewing each of these proposals remains the same. We've already discussed those in a lot of detail. I'm not going to read them again, but we can pull this back up later if we need to look at it. Same with our staff capacity and commission capacity. I think like we've already talked about, there's limited bandwidth to take on new things in the next 2 years. And we really just need to think about which ones would be most important to get done here sooner than later. The decision process for this next group of amendments will be different from how we did things under special business. We can take more of a streamlined approach. We don't need to adopt findings on the 5 criteria one by one. Instead, we can look at those criteria as a whole, and then we'll just take a motion on whether or not to docket each proposal. Okay, so in your packet, there were a couple of documents that provide sort of summary information. You might want to have those on your screen or printed out as we start this discussion. I think it might just help us all keep track of what is what, since we have, I think it's 16 proposals to talk about, and it might be easy to talk about them by number, since that's kind of how we've been going so far. Okay, so Mr. Thompson has already talked about numbers 1 through 5. I'll just mention really briefly, these all tie into the residential development standards. As he said, these ideas have been brought forward the past few years by him. They weren't officially docketed last year, but the council did direct staff to include them in our work plan for a review of the residential development standards. That work was put on pause last spring during the legislative session when it became clear that there was going to be substantial new requirements for a residential code, including 1110 and 1337, like he mentioned. Those pieces of legislation require us to amend the code by June 30th, 2025. So I think the intent here with these first 5 was maybe we should add these to the docket now, just so that we don't say like lose track of them over the next 18 or so months while we're working through all of this, just to bring them to the top of our list and make sure that they're included and incorporated in for consideration. So the first one relates to ceiling height and how places with vaulted ceilings are calculated for gross floor area. The second one has to do with exterior covered decks and porches and how those are incorporated into the calculation of gross floor area. And the third one has to do with garages and carports. Right now, they can sometimes be located in the front yard setback if it's a steep slope. And this would either eliminate that, or for waterfront lots, they can flip which yard is considered front yard and backyard. It could eliminate that option. And number 4 has to do with there is a gross floor area incentive for ADUs. You can get slightly more square footage for your house if it includes an ADU. This would limit that incentive to smaller lots below 8,400 square feet. Number 5, this relates to the number of parking spaces that are required. And right now, for homes that are 3,000 square feet or less, they only need to provide 2 parking spaces. This would lower that threshold to 2,000 square feet. So it would make homes between 2,000 and 3,000 square feet would need to provide 3 parking spaces. So all of these had the same ratings in my docketing criteria matrix. I think a case can be made that it meets the 1, 3, 4, and 5. And for 2, I rated these as medium priority, since they do tie in with the work that needs to be done that's required by the legislature. And, you know, these have been hanging out there for a few years and we want to make sure that they get taken care of. Okay, I'm going to keep plowing forward. So these are the next few that were proposed by the city. Number 6 relates to maximum downhill facade height. So this has to do with how we calculate building height on the downhill side of a building. So if you think of a house that's on a steep slope, oftentimes the downhill side will have like a daylit basement, and you know the height of the building will appear taller on that side.
Allison, can I interrupt for just 1 second?
Yeah.
I'm so lost in the sauce process-wise. Are we going to go through all of these and then vote on them one at a time? Is that the process, Mike? I'm just
Yeah, so I'm
confused.
trying to just get all the presentations done. Then we'll loop back and go through them one by one for your discussion and vote.
Yeah, I think at that point we can focus question, but Chris, I understand your concern.
I'm just afraid we're going to go through all this and it's going to get late, and then we will have done this and not get to anything.
Yeah,
you know, as opposed to going through the first 5, we could maybe vote on those and get something done tonight.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I think it's Allison, I understand you're trying to plow through it, but I don't think that's terribly productive.
I can be flexible. I'm open to changing.
Yeah. So let's call a halt to your presentation. I'd like Chris's comment with respect to let's take up the first 5 and see how, you know, because it's almost 10 o'clock now. So the chances of us getting through everything tonight are, you know, limited unless we want to go really late. So let's just move to the first 5 and let's start with number 1. So I see a lot of hands. Do you want to start? Let's start with number 1. So if you want to speak to number 1, keep your hand up. If you don't, pull it down and put it back up when we get to that, or unless you have a general statement along the lines that Chris had.
I do have a clarifying question.
Okay.
How are amendments prioritized on the docket? So for example, if we vote through 1 through 5, do they land on the docket in that order? And are they addressed in that order?
No, not necessarily. Once the docket is finalized by the city council, well, as a process of the city council finalizing the docket, they sometimes give staff feedback in terms of, you know, this thing's really important. We want it to get done first versus this to be at the bottom of the list, you know? So we take that council feedback and then, you know, the staff comes up with the actual work plan program of how we're going to fit those into specific meetings for the planning commission review. And that just has to do with our capacity and other things that are already scheduled and how many meetings we think each item will take and stuff like that. So the council gives us kind of the first cut at the direction in terms of how it's prioritized.
Yeah, our job is just to send them through. There's no magic to the order.
Correct.
Or not, as the case may be. Okay, so people who want to speak to number 1 or who want to speak in general to the process. Kate?
Yeah, I have a broad concern about items 1 through 6, 14, and 17 that I would like staff and the group to consider in a batch. I'm not really understanding why we would pick and choose which elements of the residential design standard, you know, select a handful that have been proposed by individuals to be promoted over the full code rewrite. It doesn't make sense to me. Like, how do we know these are the priorities? They're already part of an existing work program. That work program got put off. But that work program was already a priority. So why are we promoting, why would we consider promoting 7 individual items that are part of an existing work program? It seems like you're, you know, not, I feel like we're not considering the whole. And the residential development standards needs to be considered as a whole. And what we address in the residential development standards needs to be prioritized, as opposed to picking and choosing winners from the docketing process. It doesn't make sense to me. There's an existing work program for this. Can you explain why we would do that?
Well, I can offer some commentary on that. So if things are docketed, it means we need to give them legislative review. But the staff has some flexibility, kind of pending the direction the council gives us, to consolidate review of docketed items. So, you know, if 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 things get docketed that are all related to the residential development standards, we could decide to review them together. You know, we could say these are really all part of the same code section. We are going to consolidate them for review. You know, we'll do one SEPA checklist on all these changes. We'll make one draft code amendment, and the planning commission will consider them together.
I guess I'll follow on that is, I don't know how you could, I guess it hasn't really answered my actual question, which was, if the residential design standards is already a work program and it's a whole suite of things, you know, people might not have put docketed items because they assume that everything would be taken comprehensively. You know, does that make sense? I mean, like, it seems
does.
odd
And
to
I think there
promote
were-
these over looking at them as a whole. It seems like there's no prioritization of work.
Kate, I believe you're making a very astute observation regarding the historical process here. If you look at the one matrix that, or the tracking matrix that the staff provided, you'll see that items 1 to 5 have been uniformly rejected from the docketing process for, you know, at least 3 years. And supposedly, you know, they could or would be considered when the residential development code is reviewed. Excuse me. And so there is logic to that. I think the mystery question is, and actually Dan Thompson posed this in his speaking. You know, why did these 5 all of a sudden get asked to be put on the docket for next year? That's a mystery. It frankly makes no sense because these things do fall in at least 1 to 5 and a few of the others as well. And so I think that's where they still belong. But I think you're asking a very valid point. Carolyn.
Okay, so, you know, these 5 items, I'm only talking about the 5 items that Dan Thompson proposed, not 7. Yeah, they were rejected a couple times, but the reason they were rejected is because these will be considered when the RDS is worked on this year. And then the next year was, well, we don't need to put these on the docket because they'll be considered this year. So the RDS, for various reasons, have been delayed, the residential design standard update. So last year, again, they weren't docketed, but the council said, we want to make sure that these 5 items are considered when the RDS work is done. Now, this time, you know, again, they couldn't get to it because of the legislature's work on housing. So this time they're telling us we would like it formalized that these things will be on the docket. They don't have to be done in 2024. They can be carried over to 2025. So my thinking, and I would propose a motion to, I'm not quite ready for the motion. These things, every single one of them are very complicated. We could talk about every one of these things for half hour, 45 minutes, and that's been done several years. But what we're being told by the council is, please formalize this, stick it into the docket, and then we'll do it when we get there. So my motion is recommend for the docket 1 through 5.
Second.
Okay. Discussion. Adam.
I was hoping to speak generally, but I'm happy to speak to the motion. I would like to suggest a friendly amendment to also include amendment number 17. I'll give an objective reason for it. While yes, it hasn't been presented for docketing for the past 3 years, I think, you know, both my presentation and the presentation by the person behind numbers 1 through 5 have shown that they are tightly interrelated. And as Commissioner Q said, let's consider the whole. Let's review them together. That number 17 also ties into the RDS. It ties into 1110. Let's not lose track of them. To quote Commissioner Boatsman, let's make sure they're considered. So I would like to suggest a friendly amendment to also tack on number 17 to it.
While I really appreciate, you know, your point that you're making, I think the reason for not discussing these now and including them in a lump is because the city council has seen them 3 or 4 years. And I don't think it would work to attach the new one to it. I look forward to discussing your proposal, but it doesn't fit into the same catch-all of 5 things that have been run through the mill 4 times. So I don't think I better accept the friendly amendment. So I don't think I can.
Chris.
Yeah, Kate's comment made me just wonder if the RDSs, I mean, if the RDS qualifies as an ongoing work program, then is criterion 3 met? I mean, and maybe it's not an ongoing work program. I guess I don't understand where it is and how it fits into that definition.
I guess I'd say it's a little fuzzy because the past 2 or 3 years, I have said it was an ongoing work program. I think where the council landed at their planning session back in May was, well, since we've paused this work, you know, it's kind of not ongoing at the moment. It's, you know, nothing's happening for a while. It's going to end up being almost a year probably. So I think, you know, they were kind of saying, this is a good time to docket these since we're not working on this at the moment. But like I said, it's a little fuzzy because it's not like we took that off our work program. We just sort of put it on hold.
Kate, you have another comment?
This is a comment specifically in response to the motion. And I'm going to have a really hard time getting behind that. Just because I don't think that these items, and it's the same stance I had last year, so I won't belabor it, but I don't think these items should precede the residential design standards as a whole. And I was hoping last year for a mechanism by which, if the council wants to see these things move forward with the residential design standards, is there not a mechanism by which we can attach them to that process to ensure that the ideas are not lost, but to also allow for these to be treated along with all the other, because yes, these have been up for debate 3 years, but the residential design standards have been too, and it's gotten pushed up because of this massive load of work we have now in front of us. So I'm going to have a hard time voting yes, and I would prefer an item where we somehow attach these in a memo or whatnot, saying these are part of the residential design standards update.
Adam, do you have another comment?
Yeah, I mean, I think city council, who controls city resources, has strongly suggested to us that mechanism, and that is docketing, right? They've said no, 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 and then finally, hey, city, yes. So I'm in favor of the amendment.
Carolyn? Oh, you're on mute.
Should just leave it off. I would like to speak to the topic of prioritization. The fact that these might be docketed would not give them any more weight. You know, when it does come time to work on the RDS, they're just one more thing along with dozens of other things that might be considered. And so, yeah.
Can I ask staff a clarifying question, Chair?
Sure, and then I have some comments on the motion as well, but go ahead, Kate.
I asked this last year, and I just want to ask it again because I think the answer is important to our considerations here. And my understanding when this question was asked last year was that docketed items require a separate SEPA process, and they don't get considered. They're not going to get considered with the existing work program. So there is the opportunity to, you know, prioritize these individually if they're on the docket, and prioritize them over and have separate permitting processes from the RDS. And that's my major concern.
Like I was saying earlier, we could choose to consolidate items for review, which would mean they would be done with one SEPA process. So, you know, kind of depending on the direction from council about how they want these handled, you know, they could say, hey, we want you to review 1 through 5 right away, get to that in January. then that would need its own SEPA review and legislative review process. Or, they could say, yes, consolidate all these things that have to do with the residential standards, review those together, get it done by June 30th, 2025.
Okay, here are my thoughts, having looked at these now for, I think this is the third time. There are serious flaws in each one of these, which, as Kate pointed out earlier, we could discuss for at least a half hour each. They have been uniformly rejected by this commission and council for years. Why they got suggested to be added back in and for us to adopt that, who knows? But if the city council wants to make them a special work item, let the city council do it. I am not willing to put my vote and hopefully not this commission's imprimatur on several very, very flawed issues or proposals. These are basically 5 proposals that Dan Thompson did not get into the code rewrite years ago, and he's been fighting to get them in for ever since. And I don't want to belabor each one, but there are serious flaws with just take the issue of the garages. Part of that, I mean, the irony is we've got Annam's proposal talking about requiring more garages for multifamily housing than single family housing of equivalent size. And we have others doing the same thing. But, we've got a proposal in one of these 5 that actually would prevent the efficient use of garages for homes on steep lots. So what are we trying to do? There has been no discussion of that, no discussion of how these interact with each other, and putting them in as a whole is a totally flawed concept. I'm sorry, Karen, I know what you're trying to just get these off our plate, but I think if the city council wants to include these in whatever staff is doing for the RDS, let them direct them to do it that. But I don't think we should put our stamp of approval on something without vetting each one of these separately. Carolyn.
Yeah, so we're not really deciding these on the merits, and if we want to get into discussing that they are, inappropriate proposals, then we would have to get into all that discussion. But even if we were to go criteria by criterion, again, we're not deciding them on the merits. We're deciding whether it's a matter to be discussed. So I want to just kind of point that out.
But Carolyn,
and they weren't really uniformly rejected. Again, the decision was made, we don't need to docket these. So it wasn't that they had been rejected as ideas. They were just decided not to be docketed because of the RDS.
Well, there was more to it than that. But
yeah, just let me finish. I had several comments I wanted to make. I'm not quite done. Okay. And okay. So, if we're going to start lighting into one or the other, well, then we've got to go all the way. So I would recommend that we don't use our time that way, because the city council is going to, we do have to give an answer. We are required to give an answer. So if we don't do it the way I'm proposing, we do need to rip into every one of these things. And so it's a lot of time, and they're just going to put it on the docket anyway. So I think we should do it.
Chris. Oh, you're mute.
I'm sort of along with Carolyn, only the opposite. I mean, I think none of them, if they're all part of the RDS, none of them satisfy criterion 3. I'd say no, and let the council put them on if they want to do some sort of using the docketing process as a, sort of a hand up to make sure they don't get lost. I mean, I'm not willing to vote for something that doesn't. I have a simple job. It's 5 criteria. And, I don't see that they meet it. I mean, I have different feelings about the merits of them, but overall, I'm willing to vote for the 5 at once that way.
We call for a vote?
Yeah, Deb, do you want to call the roll on that? The motion as seconded is to approve items 1 through 5 to add to the docket.
And that is what I have, Chair. Okay. Vice Chair Reagan,
Aye.
Commissioner Batazzo,
No,
Commissioner Rashis,
Aye.
Commissioner Boatsman,
Aye.
Chair Murphy,
Nay.
Commissioner Accused,
Nay.
and Commissioner Gills.
Nay.
Motion fails 4-3. So do we have a motion to, while we still have a little gas in the tank, to dispose of all 5 and not agree to pass them forward?
Sure, I'd make a motion that the items 1 through 5 not be added to the docket.
Okay.
Second.
Any additional discussion? Carolyn?
We don't have the right to dismiss a proposal from a citizen without going through and deciding whether they meet the criteria. So I think we really be abrogating our duty here if we don't go look at these things, starting with number 1.
Well, I think the point has been made that they are part of a work plan that has been deferred. So for that reason alone, they could be knocked out without considering and discussing all the criteria. But I think you make a valid point that we should articulate if that is our, if that's what we're doing.
Yeah, no, I can amend my motion to say that I would move that all 5 not be added to the docket because they failed to meet criterion number 3, and therefore consideration of the other criteria is not necessary.
Is that good with you, Kate? Okay. Angie?
well, I have a clarifying question. We aren't required to send amendments to council even if they meet all the criteria, correct? Like they can meet all the criteria, but we determine that now might not be the time for whatever debatable reason. Is that an accurate interpretation of our abilities?
Well, that's a good question. Allison, you have any thoughts on that?
It is a good question. When the same question came up when I was meeting with the city attorney's office, Eileen and a couple of other folks. But it was related to the quasi judicial matter that we just completed. But the question was, if it meets all 5 criteria, then does it automatically go to the docket? And they felt like, yes, if all 5 criteria are met, then it should be docketed.
Well, I guess that's an interesting point because, you've got a set of criteria here that are also fairly subjective and places where you got to stretch people. For example, criterion 2, where people may not agree that the city has the resources, or they may be recommending that the city re-marshal their resources accordingly. Like if we're being asked to individually indicate that we think something meets the criteria or it doesn't, in addition to considering staff recommendations. So staff might say, we have the resources and some moderate priority, but we may have received 10 comments from the public saying, this is not a priority and we want you to put your focus elsewhere. As commission members, our job is to constellate that information and then make a recommendation to council, which may be contrary to staff's recommendation. So I'm just trying to understand, like, where are the boundaries and what are we working within?
I think you articulated that really well in terms of the information that you need to look at, public comment, the staff recommendation, your own analysis of the criteria and, you know, the facts that relate to those criteria. And, you know, at the end of the day, it is kind of a judgment call because these criteria are not all cut and dried.
So I guess along those lines, because I want to make sure I'm within my purview as a planning commissioner, we did just pass 18. I think because many of us agreed that that was an important one to consider now, recognizing that staff is in fact looking at a comprehensive plan revision this upcoming year. We have a lot already on our docket. And my understanding is this information 1 through 5 is probably going to be forced the year after next. As a planning commissioner, just trying to balance all of those things, I'm disinclined to believe that 1 through 5 actually meet criterion 2, given that we do have limited capabilities. We don't have bandwidth to get all of these amendments through on the docket. And I think it's possible for them to come back when it's time. I do actually think Dan made a point. It's coming for us anyway, that maybe we wait for it to come get us, because we got a bunch of other stuff that we absolutely have to address this year relative to the comprehensive plan and some of the other elements on the docket. That's my thinking on it, because we do have a lot going on. And I think this would require a more holistic look at the RDS.
Carolyn, final comment?
So the motion is based on the view that this is part of an ongoing work program. But we were told by Allison that there is not an ongoing work program scheduled at present. The RDS is not scheduled. So this is why the council said, please keep track of these 5 items by docketing them. Many cities do use the docket to hang on to things that have been proposed that they don't have time to do right now. There are things that they want to do, but they're going to get to them in a year or 2 as their schedule becomes clear. So I think it's much more efficient to get these things in the docket and let them hang there until the RDS comes along. Otherwise, we'll get them again next fall in the docket. We'll be having the same conversation next November. So yeah, I don't think number 3 is something that that it does not meet. Did I get that right? It doesn't relate. There is not an ongoing work program, right? So yeah.
Adam.
I echo Commissioner Boatsman's opinions there.
Kate.
I think that the folks who are voting for Commissioner Gill's motion have now mentioned 2, and I'll mention another criteria that I don't believe it meets. It has been considered by council in the last 3 years. They didn't add it to the docket last time. They punted it back to us. So I would just call for a vote, because I think we're going to get the same answer.
I think so. Deb?
Okay, the motion that I have was made by Commissioner Gales and seconded by Commissioner Hughes, and that was to recommend that amendments 1 through 5 not be added to the docket because they failed to meet all 5 criterion. Okay. Vice Chair Riggum?
Nay.
Commissioner Boatsman?
Nay.
Commissioner Rashid?
Nay.
Commissioner Gills?
Oh, you're mute, Chris.
Aye.
Chair Murphy?
Aye.
Commissioner Hughes?
Aye.
And Commissioner Battazo?
Aye.
Okay, the motion to not send 1 to 5 through passes. It is now 10:20. I don't know about you all, but I'm tired.
Yep.
And I think we're kind of running out of steam here. I think we've made some progress. We did a really, I think, excellent job dealing with number 18, which, you know, could have taken much longer and been much more difficult. So I think we can be proud of ourselves to have gotten through 18 and at least nearly a third of the docket. There are a number of items remaining where some of the things are either mirror images or subsets of the other, and we might be able to get through those faster. I'm thinking of 614 and 15 and 10, and 12 and 13 arguably are sort of anti-18. So I don't know how much time those will take. So I think we should be able to move through the rest of this relatively efficiently in another meeting that would hopefully not go 4.5 hours.
Chair, would you like me to do the deputy director's report and talk about schedule at this point?
Yeah, let's talk about schedule. Hopefully you don't have a major report to us.
Definitely not. Yeah, so we had emailed you all, I don't even remember when, several days ago, about potentially having Monday, November 20th as our fallback date if we weren't able to complete this item tonight. I wanted to just check in. I think most of you indicated that you could be available for that. Could we just maybe get a thumbs up if you could make the 20th at 6 p.m.?
Let me just verify my calendar again, because I've got.
Oh. No. You're saying the 20th of November?
Yes, this coming Monday.
I am going to be in Florida with my mother. It's a holiday week for school.
Talking about the docket.
Yeah, I don't want to miss out on it though, so I might just call in anyway. It is 3 hours earlier there, so it'd be a little easier for me.
Yeah, I may have a little bit of a challenge because I'm having a problem with a prior root canal. And I'm seeing the endodontist at 4:30 p.m. on Monday. So
which endodontist?
Dr. Alibi in Bellevue.
Could be an interesting meeting.
So I don't know what I'll sound like if I have to have work done at that point. So, but I should be home by then, but who knows?
So what do we do?
Well, it sounds like we'll have a quorum one way or the other, so we can proceed with that date. We're in a bit of a time crunch. I'm not really able to offer additional dates because the council needs to meet on this before the end of the year. That's required by the code. And their final meeting is scheduled for December 5th. And my packet deadline for that is November 22nd, which is already just 2 days after the 20th. So there's not a lot of flexibility there. And there's a council meeting on the 21st, so we can't have a meeting that night.
I propose we just power through. I mean, I think, I'll throw out a motion right now to knock a few of these off the table. I just don't think I think there's a couple that are not realistic that we need substantial debate on a couple of them. I don't know. Don't we have a meeting on the 5th or the?
We're meeting the 6th, so
Okay.
it's going to be an exciting week.
So are you proposing, Kate, that we just keep going?
I know everyone's tired. I just don't know how that's worse than another meeting that will. Yeah.
Well, what I propose then is we take 5 and keep going. Is there any sentiment for that?
I got my hand up, you probably don't see it, but I would not be in favor of that. I think it's 10:30. Our staff has been here with us until 10:30. They go to work tomorrow. We have no idea how long the other stuff is going to take us. I have no fresh energy to offer to any particular issue. I'm completely burned. I don't think we should do this. We were asked 4 or 5 days ago if the 20th was available. And I think most of us said it was, so we booked it. I booked it. I changed my plans so that I could be there. I'd really like to have that meeting on the 20th as planned.
Anyone else have strong feelings?
I agree with Commissioner Bozeman.
Yeah, I agree too. I was able to clear my schedule, and I think Allison mentioned we will have a quorum. I think we owe it to the city to approach this with as fresh a mind as possible.
I'll also add that we have 11 people who have hung with us for the last 4.5 hours, and asking them to hang with us into the night is probably a little bit unreasonable.
Good point.
Yeah, out of respect for staff, I'll yield my suggestion. I did note that I was not available on the 20th, but I will just leave the hotel room and go into the lobby.
And I'll hopefully be able to talk.
Might make for an interesting meeting.
Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, Mike, just keep us posted. And if we need to have Adam chair, I mean, even if you're able to attend, but you don't want to be the primary person leading the meeting, I think we could have Adam step in for you.
Yeah, that's always available. So, okay, well, that's, I'm happy to go either way. If the consensus is to call it quits tonight, then I'm happy to do that too. So, okay. Anything else, Allison?
I was just going to give you all a reminder that our final meeting for the year will be on December 6th. On the agenda for that meeting, we're set to finally approve the bylaws that we discussed earlier in the year. We're also going to have a speaker from the Department of Commerce who will be talking about all these pieces of state legislation and how they affect our housing element work that will be coming up next year. Just want to get everybody on the same page and kind of tee up that work.
Yeah, not to extend our meeting, but I have a quick question for you about that. Does the Department of Commerce, in conjunction with like whatever is MSRC, who does the codes, don't they do draft legislation for the cities and counties to look at or to utilize in the process of creating these conforming provisions for local code?
They actually just published the draft model ordinances for compliance with 1110. So I imagine that could be part of what they present to us in December.
So that would tend to lighten your workload in that area as well.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't had a chance to review. These just came out this week and I've been completely focused on the docket. So I haven't had a chance to review the drafts yet. I think, it does give us a starting point. I imagine it's likely that we'll want to tailor some of the provisions to be specific to things that Mercer Islanders care about. So, it's a starting point, and then I'm sure we'll make some additional changes. We'll want it to fit in with the way our code is currently structured, perhaps, or, there'll be lots of considerations, but it definitely gives us a head start.
Okay, great. Thank you, and thanks everyone, and see you all Monday.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.